Hello, everyone. It seems I'm live. Technology, amazing. Isn't it? Wow, what to talk about? Earth as a school. So, how much do we need to learn? Everything? Just what's good? Just what's bad? What's sinful? But then, how do we know what is good? How do we know what is bad? And how do we know what a sin is? Because if you have to learn everything, is it just a lesson? Is it not good or bad? It's just a lesson. Like if you have to learn maths, and I say maths, not maths. If you have to learn maths, you have to learn maths. If you have to learn physics, you have to learn physics. You have to learn English, you have to learn English, or whatever language, whatever country you're in. Hi, INFJ. How you doing? Howdy, even. Howdy. So you have to learn. That's a bit awkward, isn't it? Like you have to learn, or you won't grow. You won't understand. You won't evolve. So there is no curriculum. There is just learning. And because you don't like what somebody else is learning, you should not therefore judge it. In fact, you should try to understand what they're trying to understand in order for you to grow as well as them. So I think we can all agree there are some things that are too far, but you still have to learn. And if you don't learn the lesson, you won't get title. You won't get your award. You won't get your diploma. You won't ascend or become enlightened. So the turtle is about the truth, apparently. The turtle, slow and steady wins the race. Wisdom, protection. So we are here to learn in order to what? Just learn. We are here to just learn. Probably no more goal than that. Just learn, just to experience life on earth as a human being. That's simple, isn't it? And yet, that inheritance has been taken from us. Some people are racist, aren't they? They talk about slavery as though they were the only people that were ever enslaved. And they kick up a sing and dance about it to such an extent that people are supposed to feel sorry for them. And yet, slavery existed way before that. And then we're told that slavery doesn't exist anymore, for the most part. And yet, we're still slaves. Going to work every day to earn money in order to live. It's still slavery. And you could have people like Cristiano Ronaldo getting paid loads and loads of money. He's just a slave. He's just a slave. Somebody bought him. A piece of property. Somebody bought him. He sold himself to somebody. He allowed somebody to buy him for a price. And now he must earn what was given for him. No different than any other slave that has been bought and paid for. And people go, yeah, but he lives this and lives that. No, it doesn't matter. Still a slave. Still bought and paid for. Still required to do something. There were slaves who looked after other slaves. They had a better lifestyle than what we call slaves. But they're still slaves. So in this earth, where people on this earth, people, I'm a victim. This has happened to me. Oh, woe is me. We're here to learn. You're not a victim. You're a student. So shut up and learn. And you're all slaves. Don't care what you say. Unless you're these people that stay at home and get paid by the government for staying at home. Something I would never allow. If you were unfortunate not to be able to get a job because there are no jobs, I would create a job for you. You would clean the streets. You would clean the street signs. You would cut trees and grass. You would pick up litter. You would earn the money that those people that go to work give you. Because those people that go to work are still slaves. Apart from those at the very top. Those people that created the slaves in the first place. Who, very soon, will understand what it's like to be a slave. If they get that far. If they get to the point that they have to work to earn a living and somebody employs them. So we live in a world of slaves, on a world of slaves, for slave masters. Doesn't sound too good when you say it like that. Robert, how you doing? Hello all, there's only us. But hi mate, how you doing? So let's just look at it differently. We're not supposed to live as slaves. Never were. Never were. And it doesn't matter how you see yourself. Well, I earn a lot of money and I have 2 houses and I have 15 cars and blah, blah, blah. You're still a slave. You still have to earn whatever it is that somebody's paying you. You may be a better off slave than another one, but you're still a slave. What I don't get, well, I do get because I understand why, is there's so much money in this world that nobody has to go without. No one. No one has to go without. Wherever you are in the world, there is so much money in this world that nobody has to go without. And yet, they do. All over the world, there are homeless. All over the world, there are empty houses, empty buildings, and there are people on the street. And in some places, people start squatting and they end up with better rights than those people that own the place in the first place. Like, this world is run in such a way that you're probably not meant to be happy. Mr. McQuaid, how you doing? Good, 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 good. Oh, I don't know what that is. Hey, Ben, how you diddling? I left yesterday. I hope you solved that poem. I don't think it starts until the second stanza, to be fair, but it's amazing. Forrest says there's 3 books in his desk. And now, and a project. And now we have books left, right, and centre about hunts. Like, they just turn up. And we have treasure hunts that have a poem in them. Like, come on. Like, you don't have to be a flipping quantum mechanic, physics, whatever the thing is. They all have poems. They all have poems. How many treasure hunts in all the treasure hunts that we've had before Forrest Fenn, are they all about poems? Like, were you supposed to solve it because of a poem? It is so simple, it's unreal. And it's so crazy, it's fucking crazy. Everybody's going around making something so difficult. Start at the beginning, Forrest said. If you get lost, go back to the beginning. What's the beginning? The beginning is the thrill of the chase, a memoir by Forrest Fenn. Why doesn't he say Major Forrest Fenn? Like, he is Major Forrest Burke Fenn. And most people with a title, like doctor or whatever, they normally use that title. And yet Major Forrest Burke Fenn doesn't write The Thrill of the Chase, a memoir by Major Forrest Burke Fenn. Found Under a Canopy of Stars. in the lush forested vegetation? Oh, that sounds like Major Forrest Burke Fenn. It was found. Under, reporting to. If you're under someone, you report to someone. Under a canopy. Isn't that a Burke? Isn't a canopy a Burke? Or dead end? Isn't lush forested vegetation a forest and fen? Like, people talk a whole load of shit and think whoever solved all of this bullshit is going to fall for the narratives that they put out. It's pathetic. It really is pathetic. Do you have to go to the location to get those chests? Justin's chest, JCB's chest. Oh, J. Is a J, does that look like a, hang on, what is a, I don't know how to do a J. Like a little hook, little fish hook. Jonathan Stuth, little hook. John Collins Black, a little hook. Jack, a little hook. It's like one J after another. It just lures. Just a whole load of BS. I haven't watched them, but Barbara's doing loads and loads of videos, and it's like, does that fit on a post-it note? Like, does that fit on a stamp? Like, can you just put a picture of something on a stamp and say, there you go, that's where it was? If you have to do a video that's more than 20 seconds about what the solve is, you didn't find it. It's just crazy that people give all this bullshit out and think that whoever actually did it is going to believe anything or is worried about anything. I'm amazed, absolutely stunned that people are still putting a whole load of shit out. I'm stunned. It's like all the things connecting the dots, all the things that connect it are so simple, like right in your face, right under your nose. And it's like, what are you talking about? There are so many bad people in the world, and unfortunately, some of them are in the chase. And what could have been great confirmation, my phone's just gone off. What could have been great has just been meshed into something that is not beautiful anymore. Not beautiful anymore. The chase is about this spiritual journey that you could have gone on, or that Forrest went on. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. The chest was easy to find. You begin, that's it, that's the blaze. You're there, it's done, it's finished. You read that line, it's all over. You know where the chest is, you just got to go and get it. So that one line tells you everything you need to know. And if you don't have begin it where warm water salt, you have nothing, it's because that's where it is. That's exactly where it is. And if you don't have that bit, that's the answer. If you don't have the answer that you already know, if you don't have that bit, that line, you have nothing, because that's where it is. Like, people have been leaving comments. I'm like, you don't even listen, do you? You don't even listen. The Blaze, the Homer Brown, Warm Waters Holt, it's all the same thing. And once you start, you finish, because you're already there. Which is why you're 50% there, metaphorically speaking. Which is why I solved the first two clues, blah, blah, blah. No closer. The little girl from India can't get any closer. If you have Warm Waters Holt, why are you worried about the Blaze? Blah, blah, all that fucking bullshit. It's because it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to do anything. There is nothing in that poem that says you have to move from where you begin. Nothing. Nothing says you have to go anywhere. It just explains where you are and directs you. Doesn't take you anywhere else. It's just like saying, begin it here and put on some gloves. Then walk, then bend over, then blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't say go anywhere. Other than, well, it's a bit of a shady place, not shady place, scary place, where you are already. No place for the meek. You're not going anywhere. You're already there. But being already there, it's no place for the meek. Like, it's a little scary. And Terror Scout with Marvel Gaze is exactly why, because it's a little scary. And it's not dangerous. It's just scary. Like, if you've listened to Forrest and you know where it is, which I've already told you where it is, where it was, you just have to wait for a certain time, get in, get out, because you're already there. You just go and get it and get the flock out of there. That's it. You have to go anywhere else. 200 foot from it, that's it. That's it. Because you have to be 200 foot. It's in an isolated spot. It's like these people talk a whole load of shit. I'm like, hang on, Forrest said this, 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 and this, and this. And you're coming out with a whole load of shit, which has absolutely nothing to do with what Forrest said. It's in a place that people will not normally go. And somebody tells me it's in the gallery. What? Not associated with a man-made structure. It's in a gallery. It's under a cross. It's bullshit after bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. I'm stunned that people don't hear a single word that Forrest said or that I'm saying. Like, no, it cannot be that. It cannot be. You might think it can be because you don't listen. If it's not associated with a man-made structure, anybody who has a solve that has some engineering of any kind, even fucking cross, was made by a man or a woman. And it's like, no, no. And they're adamant. No, it's this because it's this. It has to be this solved because of this cross. It has to be the gallery. It has to be the island in the gallery that was made by people. Shut up. Shut up. Like, you just make yourself look stupid. Shut up. Either Forrest Fenn is a liar and your solve is correct, or you're a liar saying that your solve is the solve. I just shut up. Like, all of this BS, this narrative that goes on, it's like, I don't know how many times I have laughed so hard when people try to say stuff. Troy came on and left a message. No, the Homer Brown, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what? Well, didn't I say that? Didn't I say that it was all the same thing? Didn't I say that the Homer Brown was warm water salt? That the Homer Brown was the blaze? That it's all one thing? Stop trying to separate it into different things. It's not. No place for the meek? Same place. The end is ever drawing nigh? Same place. Heavy loads and water high? Same place. There is nothing in that poem at all that says you have to go anywhere. Nothing. Not one single thing that says you have to move from where you begin and where you finish in the same place, arriving back where you started and knowing the place for the first time. Too far to walk is down. Coming back up, back where you started to go down. Like, it's not difficult. In fact, it's simple. It is so crazy. And then you get these other hunts that are so Forrest Fenn. Beyond the map's edge. If you've never been to the edge, how will you know? They have a treasure hunt. It's called Beyond the Map's Edge. And the poem, and I only saw it because I watched Ben's show. The poem has the letter N to the east of it and to the south of it. So it must be north. It's like, come on. This is just stupid now. Like, people ask me if I'm searching. No. I don't need to search. They talk about one hunt, Forrest Fenn hunt. And then the people that have set these other hunts up have Forrest Fenn memorabilia of some kind. One of them has a chest from the Forrest Fenn hunt. Another one has an olive jar, which, by all accounts, all BS accounts, was sold at auction. And yet, Jack specifically says, is this the chest that is in the book The Thrill of the Chase? Words to that effect. Yes. Well, in that chest, in the book The Thrill of the Chase, a memoir by Forrest Fenn, not Major Forrest Burke Fenn, in that chest, I don't hear anybody saying there's an olive jar in there. So if that was the chest that's in the book The Thrill of the Chase, all that was in there were coins and gold and frogs. No olive jar. So how the flying can there be an olive jar for auction at Heritage? Because that's not in the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase. It just isn't. And the chest didn't go to auction. It just didn't. And the chest was owned by Tesoro Bloody-Doo-Dah-Doo-Dah, not Jack. It's like, hang on a minute. Look, people are giving you this information that says BS. And you spent years talking about an olive jar that didn't exist in that chest in the book The Thrill of the Chase. It was never there. And you failed to talk about the thing that's in the chest that the finder will like. Which, where did it go? Where did those things go? Like, hang on a minute. It's like, stop everything. Hang on. Where did they go? The things that the finder will like. We started other hunts and we don't even know what the finder should have had out. Well, I know, but what the finder should have had out of that chest that they would like. Don't you think that's important? Don't you think that's important? Those things that the finder would like that we've never even heard of. Don't you think it's important that the hair that was going to tell us all was going to tell everybody, everyone, in years to come? It was going to tell everybody. The crazy fool that did this thing. No. What happened? Jack didn't have it. Justin doesn't have it. John Collins Black doesn't have it. Where did it go? What was it? These are important things. Because the finder will like it. And yet, of all the people involved in this narrative, nobody ended up with it. Or did you just need to see it? Nobody understood the relevance of it. Nobody's even talked about it. Or them. Like, it amazes me that people will accept whatever BS there is, even though they have, confirmation, discussions about it, arguments about it, however you want to describe it. I'm not going to do this hunt because blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do this hunt because of blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do this hunt because of blah. It's like, well, find the answer to that. Why you're not going to do it. What was wrong there? And then you get the, well, I know this, but I'm not allowed to tell you. Well, hang on. Well, that just blows everything out of the water then, doesn't it? Like, you know something that other people don't know. Well, it's obviously not fair then, is it? There's obviously something else going on. You're obviously not the something observer. I can't think of the word. But you're obviously not separated and just a normal, average, run-of-the-mill searcher. There is a connection between those that are organising the hunt and you people talking about the hunt. There's a separate connection that is not the same as an average searcher, which means there's something shady going on, which is not what should be happening. So, two things that the finder will like in the chest, but the chest that went to auction was the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, which means no olive jar, which means John Collins Black. John Collins Black. There you go, John. You don't have to buy it. You couldn't buy it, Ben, if you're still here. You couldn't have bought it. You couldn't have bought it. You could not have bought an olive jar that was not in the book The Thrill of the Chase. It's impossible. You can't buy an olive jar that is not in the book The Thrill of the Chase. It doesn't exist. It never existed. So if there was an olive jar at the auction, it's BS. It's BS. It can't be both. It can't be the chest with the gold frog and the coins and the nuggets and those things we didn't even see, the powder and all that stuff. We didn't even see that in the book The Thrill of the Chase. Because good authority that it was indeed the chest in the book The Thrill of the Chase. From Forrest Fenn himself. Yes, it is the chest with the gold coins, the frog or whatever was in there, the hippo, whatever it looked like, whatever it was, the bear, whatever that thing was in there, the gold coins, the whatever. That is what went to heritage. And yet, the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, it didn't go to heritage auction. So you did all that to find a chest. You find a chest, and guess what? You can't have it. Stop. Hold. Stop. 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 Just think a little bit. Stop. I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. What? Hang on. You can have it, but you can't have it. It won't be up for sale, and you can't have it. That's a bit pointless, isn't it? It was all about the chest. If you find that chest, you can have it. In fact, it's so heavy one man to carry. Like, did that chest look that heavy? The chest that was found. The chest that we all saw pictures of. That's so full of diamonds, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, blah, 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 blah. Please, stop with the BS. Just listen. Where are they? Where are they? Where are all those jewels? Bracelets, necklaces, watches, whatever it was. Where are they? People say, well, the chest only came to 800,000. Well, there was only gold sold and no chest. So don't you think 800,000 was quite a lot, really, wasn't it? When you consider diamonds, emeralds, rubies, pearls, sapphires, all the other stuff. 800,000, no chest. 800,000 was quite a lot, wasn't it? When you consider it was only gold. All the other stuff, somebody must have ate. It's gone, disappeared, non-existent. Not even the olive jar that was never in the book The Thrill of the Chase. So instead of arguing about, 9 Mile Hole, what? Why are you arguing about that? You don't even know about the chest, the real chest. You have no idea where the real chest is. You have no idea where the jewelry is. You have no idea what went on. And you're bothered about whether it was at 9 Mile Hole or not. What? That's like losing a wallet that's full of $100 notes worth a million. You find the wallet and there's only 500,000 in there, and you're worried about where the wallet was found. Where's the other 500,000? Does it matter where the wallet was found if you know there's $500,000 missing? Like, I promised to pay on demand the bearer $500,000 that's non-existent. I don't give a fuck where it's found. It doesn't matter where it's found. What matters is somebody took $500,000 that doesn't belong to them, or has hidden $500,000. There are people who think that they're really clever. There are people who think that I must be thick as shit. And I'm here to tell you they are wrong. I ain't thick. I ain't shit. And I know, listen, I know the answers. In fact, I know more answers than you have questions. I don't want to talk about this, but don't worry. Those questions that you're asking about 144,000, me, anyone, those places that you went to, Russia, Australia, New Orleans, about 12 of them, asking people about a certain soul. You didn't get any answers. Well, you did. You got answers that says very ancient. You, those people that are supposed to be in charge. No, those people that were in charge, especially in the US. The donkey. The turtle. Or is it a hippo? So the thrill of the chase, just like life, I said, nothing is as it seems. Which means, please listen, it's bullshit. Please listen. If nothing is as it seems, why the fuck? Why are you trying to solve something that is a lie? Like the information you have, listen, all the information you have, here you go. Here's the information. There it is. It's all bullshit. Try and solve that. Well, I can't because it's all bullshit. Why are you trying? You see, here's the information that is as it seems. Those words have been changed. There you go. That's what it really says. That's what you should be looking at. There it is. There it is. That's what it really is. What you've been told, no, 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 no. That's all bullshit. Not all bullshit. Some of it's bullshit. Some of it is half truth, remember. You don't have to tell the whole truth, just enough to make people think that what you're saying is true, when in fact, what you're saying is only half true, which means whoever's listening is only going to get half the answer, which means it will be incorrect, not a correct solve. The solve you have will be incorrect. Listen, because the information you have is incorrect. So you follow incorrect information and you get an incorrect solve because you followed incorrect information. But listen, you were told it was incorrect. So why did you follow it? Which is the rule that they go by. They have to tell you the truth while they're screwing you over. So you get the information. Here you go, here's the information. But nothing is as it seems. The information I'm giving you is bullshit, but there you go, use it. Words don't mean what you think they do, but there you go, use it. It doesn't mean what you think it does, but there you go. I'll give you that. Doesn't mean what you think it does, but there you are. Well, how am I supposed to solve it then? If it's not what it seems it is, how do I know what it is? And if those words that you've just given me, there you go, you just give me these words, look, all these words, but they don't mean what I think they do, what the fuck do they mean? Why am I trying to work out what all of this means if it doesn't mean what I think it does? Well, I told you the truth. I told you nothing was as it seems. It's your fault that you tried to solve it by using those words that you read that I told you don't mean what you think they do. Oh, so you're blaming me now? You're blaming me, the solver, not me, you. You were saying that. You're blaming me. You told me that it was wrong. You told me what you told me was wrong. And I solved what you told me was wrong. And now you're saying because I'm wrong, it's my fault. Yeah. It's your fault because you don't listen. Nothing is as it seems, which means it's BS. Words don't mean what you think they do, means it's BS. You are never going to get the right answer using the wrong information. Ain't going to happen. It just ain't. Who are you getting confirmation from? Care to share or hint? Hey Wig, how you doing? Hi Mario, there's nothing shady going on. Okay. Hey Mr. Trusted, how are you? Oh, sorry Trusted, I apologise. Oh, what's happened? Good day Woody, how you doing? Who's good? How you doing? There's nothing shady going on. Isn't that what I just said? Haven't I literally just said there's nothing shady going on? Haven't I just said we have all been told the truth? Nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do. So that's not shady. They've actually told us the truth. It's not me. It's not me that has the wrong answers. And I'm not saying something shady is going. I'm saying the world is fucking shady. 100%. Absolutely fucking shady. And I'm saying that the chase has been hijacked. But I am saying you were told, all of us, we were told it's BS. You're going to be working too hard. You're going to be working too hard if you believe what you're being told. The poem, the first poem, the Thrill of the Chase poem, not the other poems in other books. Where are those books? Where are those books that Forrest Fenn said he had in his desk, drawer, whatever it is? Where are they? They must be in the same place that the treasure is that's disappeared. Like, that's shady, isn't it? I have 3 books. I don't know if I'm going to finish them. And a project. Nobody want to know. Nothing shady going on, but nobody wants to know and nobody wants to bring it up. Nobody wants to say, oh, by the way, Major Forrest Burke Fenn was writing 3 books and a project. What were they about? Were they about treasure hunts? Oh, some people have just come along. Here's a book I've wrote. Here's another book I've wrote. Here's another book I've wrote. It's a treasure hunt. And in it, there's a poem. And the poem is directly related to finding the treasure. Very much like Forrest Fenn, who wrote 3 books in his desk, drawer, whatever it is. He wasn't sure if he was going to finish them or not. I don't know. It seems very shady to me that nobody wants to say, where's the treasure? Where's the things in the chest the finder would like? Where are the books that Forrest Fenn wrote? What was the project that he was undertaking? Why does nobody want to mention those things? Shiloh, Cynthia, lawyer. Why does nobody want to mention those things? Matt. Why does nobody want to mention those things? I don't know. Me, myself, I would be interested to know what happened to those things. Me, myself, I would be interested to know why Emmett was killed. And who killed him? And why there was a video. And why you needed a password. And why we would get 40% each and 20% go to tax. And why you people who gave this information out knew it or even said it. Confirmation. Why Alberta, Canada, not Alberta, Texas? There is so much information that I know. So much. Which includes Texas, which includes Alabama, which includes Iowa, Utah, New Orleans, Michigan, blah, 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 blah. Which includes those 12 countries that you flew to try and get information. Because of your dark magic. So, there are some truths that have not been said in the thrill of the chase. I know those truths, but they have not been said. They need to be said, and they should be said, and they will be said. And all of these narratives that are going on are all for nothing. Some people think that I can predict the future. I wonder if I can affect the future. Who says I can't? I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. I just know that I have to hurry up and wait. See, I don't have any worries. I don't have to worry about anything. Everything is already taken care of. I just have to hurry up and wait. The truth is already known. The answers have already been said. In the spiritual, court has finished. And you lost. So, mum and dad laying the table. Some people are just going to have to watch. I know it upsets you. I know it triggers you, and it's tough. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Remember, Earth is a school, and we have to learn lessons. And the people that learn the lessons quickly, they go to the next class and learn different lessons. And those people that don't, well, they get held back and do the same lessons over and over and over and over again. Now, we had some, what do you call them? Alma maters. I don't know what your high ranking school people, whatever. They've had a fall from grace. In fact, I go so far as to say dishonorably discharged. I'll go far as to say that. And some people, well, they're not coming down the ladder with the rungs. They're just coming down. And everything's fitting into place just nicely. You see, just seeing how high those bullies will bounce when they hit the floor. So, I don't know. Didn't say it was shady. I said we were told the truth. We were told exactly what was going on. BS. Not shady. Right in front of our noses. There you go. You're all slaves. Slave to the rhythm. Uh-oh. Whose good was the last one? Ashcan Wally, speaking in English or Spanish or Italian or whatever. Hey, Ashcan. Oh, Ashcan, you are white, so it's your first time here. I know you probably. Oh, that isn't what. You've probably been here before under a different name, but hey ho. Let's get you moderated up. Let's not have you sticking out like a sore thumb there. Thank you. Happy 3rd of July. Hey, Jeff. Happy 3rd of July. Oh, hang on. 4th of July for me. So happy 4th of July, you people. I know you enjoy the 4th of July and your fireworks and stuff. Hope it's great for you. Liars. Uh-oh. causes brain cramps. Dr. Spock and Captain Kirk. I watched that actually. The new ones, not quite the same, but um, okay, they're okay. Those Star Trek films. It's like people searching for a raccoon when they don't understand what a raccoon is. A raccoon is a trickster. So yeah, maybe they are looking for a raccoon. Nice beaver. A clean beaver always gets more wood. Jet. Oh, wood. That's There's so much stuff I want to talk about, but no. Instead of red herring, it's the Mars. Red herrings. Let's go to stoof.com and see the red herrings. Husker, you do know what a beaver does to wood, right? Pointed. Well, if you were braving in the wood, lollipop, lollipop, oh lolly, lollipop, 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 oh lolly, lollipop. Ba-dum, dum, I'm dumb. What? Yeah, you make wood out of lollipops. No, you put lollipops on wood. Stick. There's a stick in the chest. You're a sucker for a good lollipop. Oh, beaver joke. Get your adverbs here. Saturday morning cartoons. I didn't see those Saturday morning cartoons. Conjunction junction is a misfunction. Wow, that's too much flipping hard work. Ashcan is blue. He's blue, or she, abadi abada. First time. First time. Hmm. Stupid is me. That sounds like Yoda. Yoda. That sounds like Yoda. So lollipop. Lolly's good. Lolly's gold. I used to say that, didn't I? Ice lollies to Fendi. He seems to have disappeared a bit. I wonder why. Well, or disappeared a lot. Whatever. So, the thrill of the chase. Definitely solved. Both, well, there's more than one answer or two answers. But solved and simple and, post-it note and all that whipping stuff done. And not done. Because when information was given, it was taken and used illegally and for selfish reasons. That's just the truth. Knew about the journal before the journal was even talked about. There are people that know the truth. They know the bigger picture. No, they don't know the bigger picture. Well, they do know the big picture in the small picture of things. So they know a bigger picture, but they don't know the bigger picture. And they're finding that out the hard way. The bigger picture. They think they know the big picture, but they don't know the big picture, which they are finding out about the big picture, which is not shady, just evil. What they're doing, not what the big picture is. The big picture is good. So, if Forrest wrote 3 books, where are they? And how come we have treasure hunts from people that have Forrest Fenn memorabilia? Not just a bit of gold, a coin, like the most important bits, or supposedly, the chest, and the olive jar. Such a coinky dink, isn't it? And they're named J. J J J J J J J J J J J J J J J. Everything's a hook. John, Jonathan, Jack, Justin, June, Juno. Juno. Is that in Canada? Or is that in Mammoth Hot Springs? Not the Mammoth Hot Springs in, is it California? Not that Mammoth Hot Springs. Not that one. You could hide it in the same place. Nobody will ever find it there. What? Wait, what? What? Nobody will ever find it there. It's just been found. Isn't that what this is all about? When you were talking to Forrest, were you not having a conversation about the chest has been found? Shouldn't you be talking about where it was found? Not saying you could even hide it in the same place. Nobody will ever find it there. Are you doing another hunt, Forrest? Are you telling Shiloh about another upcoming hunt? Maybe, I don't know, with John Collins Black? Are you going to hide it in the same place? I don't know. Maybe. Baby. So, if nothing is as it seems, how do you get the truth? Like, if you can't believe what's being said to you, nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do, which means none of that poem that you read in The Thrill of the Chase can be trusted. Not you trusted, the other trusted. The old faithful trusted. How can you believe that you solved a poem where the words don't mean what you think they do? Okay, solve this. Go and get me a bow. Can anybody go and get me a bow? Write in chat. If you can get me a bow, tell me what you got me. You can't. You can get what you think a bow is, but I can tell you now, it won't be correct. I already know you won't get it right. Nobody can think my thoughts. I already know you won't get it. Because I was not thinking about a dicky bow. I was not thinking about a bow and arrow. I'm not even thinking about anything that bow means, because it's not to do with a bow. It's to do with a bow. A friend, a companion, a lover. So if words don't mean what you think they do, how the flying can you get the right answer? You can't, which is why everyone is wrong and only one person is correct, because only one person looked up all the words in the poem and only one person found the blaze at begin, because that's what it means. And you begin and end it at the blaze, at where warm waters halt, and at the home of Brown. And you arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time, because where you started, that's where the blaze was. And in all your travels, you went off somewhere to find a blaze. And in my quest that ceased where I began, it was all in the same place. I never went anywhere. I begin, blaze, strike a trail, blaze a trail, whatever. Right where I began is right where it ended. And you know the place for the first time because it's the end, not the beginning. Even though it's the beginning, it's the end as well. And you know it for the first time because you know it as the end, not the beginning. Exactly where you began, you finished. That's it. That's exactly it. Well, you all went searching for nothing. You all went searching for nothing. If you have a handicap, tell me where it is, I'll get it for you. Well, I'm not going there because it's no place for the meek. No place for the meek. It's just a place people would not normally go because it's no place for the meek. They would not normally go there. But Terry Scamp with Marvel Gaze, because if you do go there, you're liable to get burnt if you don't get in and out. These people come up with these souls, and it's like, well, why'd you have to get out of there then? Oh, he didn't mean nothing. Yes, he did. He said in that interview, get the flock out of there. He said, you have to get out of there. And yet you come up with these souls that's like, there's no reason to get out of there. And you come up with these souls that people go to every day. Every day. But it's in a place where people would not normally go. Every day these people go to these places and you say, this is my soul, this is my soul. It's definitely this, it's definitely this. It's in a place where every fucker goes. Shut up. Shut up. Just make yourself look stupid. Shut up. It's like, bloody hell. No, it's not. You were wrong right at the beginning. As soon as you opened your mouth, as soon as you said, you start here and then you go there, you were wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong. Solve the first two clues. Can't get closer than the first two clues, etc., etc. It's there. You start, you finish, it's over. Done. Stop it. It's crazy. So, is John Collins' work, is his hunt any harder? Is it any harder than Forrest Fenn's hunt? No. Is it any easier than Forrest Fenn's hunt? No. Is it the same as Forrest Fenn's hunt? Yes. If you solve Forrest Fenn's hunt, would you be able to solve JCB's hunt? Yes. Would you be able to solve Justin's hunt? Yes. Because it's simple. What does pay attention to detail mean? Look it up. They're the exact same words, only they're different. They don't mean what you think they do. Happiness is the pot is no different than joy is the pot. It's just no difference. It's the exact same. Exactly the same. I have 5 keys. Not me, Forrest. 5 keys, 5 chests, key to each chest. If we can find the other 4 chests, listen. Forrest, Fenn, chest. Forrest has a chest because he has the key. It's his chest. There's another 4 chests. And Forrest has another 4 keys. Not 4 candles. 4 candles. Handles for forks. Sorry, 2 runners joke. Very funny. Got any 4 candles? Got 4 candles? Yeah, here you go. Here's 4 candles. No, I want 4 candles. There, 4 candles. No, handles for forks. 4 candles. It's funny. It's funny if you're English. You have to figure out what the words really mean. Yes, what do they really? Bow bridges. I've got it. It's under the bridge. Go get me a bow. Yes, he wanted a bridge, didn't he, Forrest? And a rainbow. Like a rainbow. The rainbow. The rainbow bridge. The spiritual journey. The chakras. The treasure in the end of the rainbow. P-E-double-G-Y. P-E-double-G-Y. Peggy! Happy 4th of July. Hey, NJ, how are you? Yes. Excuse me, go out with a bang. Hong Kong Fooey is a super guy. I'm about to throw back some potato salad. Oh no, don't throw it back, throw it forward. Hey, Robert's back. Robbie's back. Back again. He still hasn't changed that yet. Why has he left it as Robery? Robery G. Oh, that's quite good, that is it? Actually, that's quite a good name. Robery. Rob, you're white. No way. Didn't even notice. Let's get you blue, Rob. Let's not leave you pale. Is it shady under the bridge? I could use a little shade today. Well, it's not warm water's hole under there because she would back engineer it. There's no warm water's hole under that bridge. Very well. Yes, he's blue. You are blue. He's blue now. He's been wrenched. It's a weird way of saying that, isn't it? How are you doing? How are you doing what? Like, really, it's probably more apt to say, how are you being? Do you think? Like, how are you being? How are you feeling? How are you? Like, how are you doing? How are you doing what? How are you doing that? How are you doing? It don't make sense, does it? And yet we use it, but it don't make sense. Like, how are you doing? How are you doing what? How are you being? Are you being fine? Are you being okay? Are you being a good person? Are you being a bad person? Are you being? But how are you doing? Am doing okay. Trusted, started a garden. Oh, don't call it Eden. you go. Awesome. It is awesome. I did my lawn today. That was an undertaking, I must admit. Going through these growing pains. I was like, oh no, I've got to do the lawn. Dag nabbit. So I've got a light lawnmower, which I prefer, but it gave up the ghost. So I had to use the heavy one. Well, the truth is, it is heavy. It is heavy. That is the truth. But it's heavy because it's automatic in the sense that it's got like the gears and the clutch, and you press it and off it goes. But I find it harder to do. While it's easy to off it goes, and you just hold on to it. Like when you have to stop and turn and go back and up and down and different, lawns. It's a bit of a more. But I understand why Yvonne bought it for me. But it's like, oh man, this is hard work. Whereas the light one, I just this one's a bit of a more. Mind you, it keeps me fit. Like I say, Earth is a school and we have to learn. So we go through these things, don't we? Learn how to use it. So who's learning? Who's learning? Who is finding that Earth is just the place where our souls have come to get a feeling of being a human on this planet? Like, this is the hardest planet to be on, apparently, because of the gravity. So when souls come here, like, they know it's going to be bad. But if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Who says that? New York, New York's a wonderful town. If I can make it there, I can make it anywhere. Diva cucumbers grow very well. No pollination required. Yeah, I don't do that sort of gardening. The most I tell a lie. No, I don't do that sort of gardening. Fruit. I grow fruit. So strawberries I'll do. And apple tree, pear tree, cherry tree, plum tree. Those sort of things. But taters, nah. Onions, nah. Carrots, nah. Cucumbers, nah. Tomatoes I did once. Got a greenhouse and everything. And then went, nah. I can't bother to do that. They were nice tomatoes though. I've got grapes. I like grapes. But the problem with grapes is when they actually come out, there's so many. It's hard to eat them all. So yeah, do some grapes. Do some grapes. And that's just one vine. Oh, Forrest talked about grapes. I wonder why. I heard it through the grapevine. So, Trusted has a soul for JCB. Has everybody gone for... Mara, you need rutabagas. Do I? I don't even know what they are. It sounds like a car. You need rutabagas? What the heck is a rutabaga? No, I've heard the name, but rutabaga. Rutabagas. I need a rutabagas. What's a rutabaga, Trusted? Come on, put me out of my misery. A purple top turnip. Ah. Well, I always thought I deserved another turnip. Oh dear. Turnip the other cheek. No, I can't do that. What I would actually, now that you're talking about it, I'm getting a... Oh dear. I don't know if you make it in America. I don't even know if you know what I'm talking about. Well, Trusted will know. But it might be called something different. I don't know. Amaro. So, Amaro, take it like a cucumber type sort of thing. You take it, dice it, and you get ready to put it in the frying pan that you put oil in, and then you put in tomatoes and the marrow, and you fry in, whatever they call those technical terms, with it, with some seasoning, small, um, into small cubes, with the tomatoes and the oil and the seasoning, and then you chuck in some eggs, or about 4 eggs. Put it in, stir it all up. Oh man, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think I could do with some of that now. Some marrow. Yes, marrow is an overgrown summer squash. Oh, right. Yes, so marrows. Oh, love it. Love it. But that fried with tomatoes and then, season, whatever seasoning you want. Because herbs are good for you. If you're a spiritualist, water, herbs. Like Forrest was saying, going to water the trees, going to water this, water that, blah, blah, blah. The weeds, etc. Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice. It's very nice. I normally cut really small ones, and then when I have that gypsy toast or whatever you call it, French toast or whatever you call it, milk toast, whatever it is, I mix that, then soak the bread in it, and then put some of them on. Yum yum. Yvonne used to say I make concoctions like other people. Other people don't make what I make. Now I just make my toast, butter it, and then sprinkle herbs on it. It's like people go out and they spend money to buy flavored stuff, and I just stick it on there. I do weird things. I do. Instead of, I don't know if you've had rusk, like the kids used to have rusk, because I like rusk. I used to have for the babies. I like that as a cereal. So I went from that because it was too expensive to buy rusk to biscuits. I just put my biscuits in there. So normally nice biscuits or nice biscuits, whatever you want to call them. Biscuits with a bit of sugar on. I don't know if you have them over there in America or not, but they're nice. Or malt biscuits, but they're not as sweet. I do real crazy things. Like I do bolognese sauce with rice, curry with spaghetti. So you can't have that. You've got to have. Yes, I can. Why can't I? It's just food. Like, there's no. I see life as being an experience. I don't have to. Forrest said, makes up his own rules. I make up my rules. My life is geared around just learning, just having fun, just at my expense, no one else's. I want fun at somebody else's expense. I have fun at my expense, and if I get it wrong, I get it wrong. But I made, I've made a not a mistake. What is it? Yeah, an error of judgment, I suppose. And I won't do that again. There are some things that I don't like. Like I tried. My mum would have dunk her bread in coffee, and I tried it. I don't like it. I'm not. I like coffee as a drink, but coffee with chocolate, sweets and that, I'm not too impressed. Like those Maltesers, is it not Maltesers? Revels. Actually, you don't have English chocolates, do you? You have like your Hershey bars and that, but you should have English chocolate. It's a lot better than American chocolate. Just saying. No favoritism, just truth. It's better. Milk chocolate's just dumplings. Oh yeah, dumplings. Yes, I make cheap pizzas. Like I make the toast, no, just normal toast, but then I put it on I put the pizza topping like the cheese, the tomato, the herbs and that, pepperoni, whatever, and then cook that as a pizza. So it's like really cheap, really cheap pizzas. But I actually love the pizzas that my mum makes, which uh, tastes absolutely nothing like any of the other pizzas that we have. They're So the pizzas that they make in these takeaways and that they're drier, if that makes sense. Whereas the ones my mum makes are doughier and more gooey is not really the right word, but more that they're just yeah. Amazon boxed all my snacks in with heavy eye. I got bash boxes, bags of crackers and crisps. Well, complain, trusted, and you may get a free, a free what's the name back. Mind you, when dark chocolate enhances the yes, it does, Woody. So yes, dark chocolate is good for you. Obviously not too much, but yeah. Well, cocoa, cocoa is what you want. The cocoa is good for you. So, um, but in the future, in the near future, people will find out that what has been happening with the foods, and how they've been trying to slowly poison us and block this. That's what the fluoride and everything that they're putting in the foods and everything is to do. It's to stop us getting close to God with the pineal gland here being calcified or whatever they call it. So they put all this stuff in the fluoride in the water and everything and in our food to stop us being able to use the third eye. It didn't work with me because I don't drink that flipping water. And I don't have the other stuff that they have, not because I knew all about this, just because I suppose my third eye told me don't have that stuff. It's not good for you. So the stuff that is not good for us that's been pushed on us, and stuff that we should have that has been, oh, you don't want too much of that. It's bad for you. So at some point in the near future, we'll find out about, the herbs and the fruits and medicines, I suppose, that are readily available to us to improve our health and improve our intelligence, intuition, whatever. So Forrest said, I have a gut feeling, which is basically, excuse me, part of that spiritual journey that you have, the way the body remembers. So the body knows more than we know. So memories remember, but your body remembers more than you do, and your people think we just think with the brain, and we probably do, but your body is alive to everything that's going on around you, and you just need to be in tune with that to have a better existence. And the better at it you become, the freer you become. So it's about freedom, which is pretty much the 7 stages of life, according to the Ankh. Birth, etc. As you grow up all the way up to freedom, which is God or enlightenment or whatever it is that Hindus or Muslims or whatever, however it is, don't care. But whatever those things are, it's just These things make sense. This, and this. This all makes sense. This all makes sense. And everything that I've been told, not everything, most of what I've been told doesn't. So out of what I've been told that doesn't make sense, I'll take this and this and this and this and that lot. Can go. Which is a bit like the chase. This little bit, this bit makes sense, so I'll take that, and this bit makes sense, so I'll take that. But all of this, none at all. All that about Jack, not even interested. Not even in the slightest bit interested. Anything to do with, GPS and blah, blah, blah. 9 Mile Hole, whatever. A chest that went to auction that didn't go to auction, that didn't have any jewellery, not interested. Like, all of that narrative, it's like, no, not interested. And none of it answers the real question. Like, where is it all? Where's the stuff that the finder, would have been happy to have? Where's the jewellery? All of this other stuff. Like, why are you telling me all about this shit when in reality, these are the things that we need to know? Where is the treasure? Not this bullshit gold that was in the Thrill of the Chase, because in the Thrill of the Chase book, because that's not what anybody was looking for. They weren't looking for that. Yes, it's a nice picture of some gold in a chest, but that's not what people were looking for. So instead of telling me about this bullshit that went to Heritage Auction, what about the reality? What about this is all, nothing is as it seems? What's the reality? I know what the answer is, but what's the reality of everything? So those are the things I was concerned about. Like the stuff that's in the chest that the finder will like, I know what that stuff is. I see what it is. Okay, fine. So, but what's the reality behind that? Now, the spot, so we have a place where the chest is, a place, it's in a safe place, and we have a spot, two different things. So the thing that the finder will like is directly connected to a spot. What's that all about? So once you know what the spot is, you don't find where it is, you know what it is. Once that's achieved, once the spot's been achieved, then all good. That's the secret treasure that nobody knows, apparently, when they go to that meeting. Does anybody know my secret treasure? No? Good. Another thing Forrest said, I always thought I deserved a throne. I wonder why he said that. Could it be that there is some royalty somewhere that people were unaware of? Could it be? I think so. Me wearing the bracelet. I know somebody who wore a bracelet. She went to hell and back to get it. Literally. So the underworld. Like people talk about mob ties and that. People talk about the mob running the world. It isn't the mob. It's the elite, which are connected to the mob, which are these people that do bad things. So the elites run the world. They basically buy your politicians, my politicians, and as long as they run the world, as long as these people benefit from them running the world. Now, hopefully, you have a politician that is too rich to be bought. So basically trying to do the right things because they're the right things, not because people with a lot of money want them to do something that will benefit them. So in the future, no, those people that have the money that were running the world will no longer have the money, so they won't be running the world. So the world will be run differently. And those people that are suffering will no longer be suffering. And those people that were, I don't know, making people suffer, they might find out what it feels like. Now, before those people are all going, oh, I can't take it anymore. Oh, I've had enough. No, shut up. Don't be silly. You're just learning. You've learned all there is to know about being master. Now you need to know what it feels like to be slave. And when you learn, as everybody else has had to, what it's like to be slave, then maybe you will go up a lesson. And maybe, if you do everything right, you'll get back to the point that you were at, but you'll be a better person for it. Or a better being for it. Now, I don't know how it works with you beings that are soulless, that sell your soul. I don't know how that works in regard to what feelings you have, but I'm pretty certain that you'll get angry, and I'm pretty certain that you'll get sad. So you might be feeling those things. So get used to it, learn from it, understand it. See, I don't know how you beings who have no soul, if you can do that. Get the ladder, remember that Forrest talked about, or the mountaintop, or the bridge, those things. I don't know if you can do those things. I would hope so. Otherwise, you're in deep doo doo. Deep doo doo. From the future, I came back to be here. Hey, Davey B. G'day, mate, and all. Yeah, I'm in the future as well. I'm trying to catch you up, but you keep getting ahead. 18-1 or 118 here. So it must be 818 there. And probably maybe even 818 somewhere in the US. I don't know. Or 718 or something like that. Or 618 in 2018. The Watchers. Yeah, I still think people should watch that video, The Great Pyramid 2017 or whatever. Not the French version, unless you can speak French. But that's a good documentary. Is it a documentary? Yeah, it's a documentary. So that will open a few people's eyes if they're not already opened. So, look, in simple terms, in simple reality, Earth is supposed to be millions of years old. Millions of years old. Just think about this. Millions of years old. Are you hearing? Are you hearing what I just said? Millions of years old. It took 7 days. 7 days to create Adam and Eve. Millions of years old. And yet, Adam and Eve, 7 days, Adam and Eve, they weren't born, made, created millions of years ago. They just weren't. In billions of years, sorry. Billions. Like, here we go, 7 days. I've made everything for no reason. Just felt like making it. And then billions of years later, oh, hang on, let's create Adam and Eve. Actually, let's create Adam. Oh, let's create Eve as well. Oh, shut up. The Earth is billions of years old. And then, out of the blue, billions of years later, I know, but 7 days. 7 days and billions of years. 7 days and billions of years. It's like, shut up. Who believes that sort of stuff? The Earth is billions of years old, and Adam and Eve are a few thousand years old. Come on. Like, nothing is as it seems is like, that's just taking the piss. Like, who would believe that? It's billions of years old, the Earth is. Even if you believe in Darwin's theory of doodah, The Earth is billions of years old. We're not that old compared to how old the Earth is. Or the Earth is not billions of years old. You can't have both. You can't have both. Excuse me, confirmation. You can't have both. Either the Earth is billions of years old and there's some bullshit going on, or there's bullshit going on, the Earth isn't billions of years old. Either way, there's some bullshit going on. And in all of it, you have to think, well, why is there bullshit? Like, why are people who are in control of us, like we're the slaves, remember, still slaves. People say slavery's been abolished. No, it hasn't. There's people still working. You might not think it's slavery, but yeah, you're being bought and sold as and when you get a job. Like I said at the beginning, even Cristiano Ronaldo, he might disagree. Say, no, I'm getting paid millions. So what? So yeah, but slaves don't get paid. Yes, they do. They get bread and board. Like, they get something. Even though it's a horrible life, they get something. Otherwise, they'd be dead. And they're no good to anyone. The only reason you're getting paid, is because they want you to do a good job. The only reason these slaves got fed and watered and got a place to sleep is because they want people to do a good job. Nothing's changed. They just make you feel a little bit better in being a slave. It's that simple. You're still a slave. I don't care what you say, you're still a slave. The only people that aren't slaves, like I said, are those people who get paid by the government for staying at home because they say they can't find a job. They aren't looking very well. But like I said at the beginning, if it was up to me, if it's up to me, if it's up to me, when it's up to me, those people, they won't be sitting at home. Absolutely not. They will be cutting grass, they will be cutting trees, they will be cleaning signposts, they will be cleaning windows, they will be picking up the litter from the streets, doing all sorts of things to get the money that they need to live. Because they're not going to keep getting money from those people who are working. If you're working, you shouldn't have to pay for somebody to be sat on their ass at home. No. And yet, the government don't mind that you do that. And they will use your money to pay them because they like the fact that there are some lazy, no good for nothing people, along with unfortunate people. So those people that are working can feel aggrieved about having to work, while some people don't. I'm not talking about those people that are injured. I'm not talking about those people that are ill. I'm not talking about good, honest people who can't, for whatever reason, get a job. But I am saying nobody will get paid for doing nothing unless they are unable to. And I don't see why we live in a world where that is the case. That the money you earn can be taxed and given to people to stay at home. And you could walk around and you can see the places are shithole. There's litter on the floor. The signs are so filthy you can't even read them. Just not good enough. Just not good enough. The roads got flipping holes in them that people are ruining their bikes and cars and whatever. So that's not good enough. Just ain't good enough. So for whatever reason, these people who are in charge think it's okay to leave homeless people, to leave the roads in a mess, to leave the place in a mess. No, there are enough people. There are enough people to make sure that Mother Nature does not suffer through lazy people who throw stuff on the floor, who pollute stuff, do all these bad things. But even if they do, there's enough people to sort it out. And for those people who do litter, for those people who do cause Mother Nature some grief, maybe there should be a heavy penalty. Because we live in a world now where everything, pretty much, is video. Cameras everywhere. In fact, I was watching a video the other day and some person threw a McDonald's out of a van, a white van. Now, if I was I don't know, a weird word, I would be able to find that person. I'd look at the van, get the number plate, etc., and do all those things. In America, not over here. Actually, I might do that at some point in time when I'm in America. I might pay them a visit and say, do you realise on such and such a day when you threw that out of your window? I don't know what the rules are like there for littering. Over here you're not allowed to litter. But 2018 awards, you've probably seen me on camera. I carried scans but stepped into La La Land for a brief bit. La La's important. I'm not sure if you're saying that you're John Titter or you're talking about John Titter time travelling. But there is an attorney. There's an attorney that is in deep regret. Jesus was a landscaper. Jesus was a carpenter, wasn't he? Was Jesus Lucifer? Who was Jesus? Problem is, we weren't there. And we have to believe what is written in, I don't know how many books there are about different religions, but we have to believe what's in them. And yet they don't agree. Isn't that amazing? We have so many books on religion and they don't agree. If you went to watch a football match, American football, and the score finished at 35-17, and you had to go and write about what happened. So you'd say, so many field goals, so many touchdowns, whatever it is. That would be the truth. And everyone who was at the match that wrote about it would have the same information. Whoever they supported, whichever team they followed, even if they were just watching and didn't follow any of those teams, the information would be exactly the same. There'd be so many touchdowns, so many field goals, so many penalties. It would all be exactly the same. And yet we have one God and lots of different information about how that God came about and about how you should live your life because of that God. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So we only know that Jesus was a carpenter because we were told Jesus was a carpenter. We have no proof other than we believe what's written. because we weren't there. So if all the religions agree that Jesus was a carpenter, we can pretty fairly safely be certain that he was a carpenter. And yet, if they can agree on that, why can't they agree on everything else? Like, if you can say this is true, then why can't say, all the other stuff is true? Why does it differ when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it? If there is one God, there's only one book. It's that simple. There's only one set of rules. If you have, let's use a car that someone's got. I can't remember. Is it a 350? Is that what they call them? 350 black. No, let's say a Nissan. Somebody's got a Nissan. Is it a white Nissan? Anyway, if you've got a BMW, because somebody has. If you've got a BMW, and it's a certain type of BMW, you will have in your possession a manual specifically for that BMW. And in it, it may say, by the way, I won't say it like that. We do other cars similar to this car that you've got, this BMW, or is it Mercedes? This BMW that you've got, and it has all of these things in it, all of them, because it's top of the range. It's got all of these things in it. But we do cars that haven't got those things in it. And it will tell you all about it, just that. But it won't tell you anything about an Audi. No, hang on. Let's do a car that somebody's got. BMW. Oh, done the Nissan. Golf. Do you have Golfs over there? Anyway, it won't tell you about golf because there's only one BMW car. One car, BMW, one manual about the BMW range of that BMW. There's only one in that range, and all the information is there. So every other car, the Dodge, Trans Am, not Trans Am, Carrera. What is it? GMC. Is it GMC? General Motors? General Motors. Whatever that is. Like, they all have their own books. Each has their own books. And yet they're all cars or trucks or whatever you want to call them. It's like, hang on a minute. Somebody's just gone, oh, look, here's God. Let's write all these different things because we're talking about God. All these things. No. One God, one manual. And yet, what is sin? If we're here to learn, listen, please. If Earth is school and we're here to learn good things, RE, religious education, whatever it is, I don't know what you call it over there. Economics. Good things are economics. Bad things are physics. And you have to learn both. Does that make you bad because you're learning physics? Do you have to hate people because they learn physics? No. Because really, you should be learning physics as well. You should be learning English, you should be learning maths, whatever it is. You should be learning it because it will make you ascend, enlightened, whatever it is. You have to learn those things. So which part is the sin? Sins of the Father, blah, blah, blah. Which part is the sin? If you're supposed to learn it, if you're supposed to understand it, if you're supposed to grow, you have to do all of these lessons. Which part is the sin? Is it sin or is it just a lesson? If it is a sin, why are you being taught it? Why do you have to learn it? So just listen to what I'm saying. Sometimes what we're being told is not what it seems. And we need to find the truth. And the truth starts with you. Know thyself. You know if you're a good person or a bad person, and you know the lessons that you need to be taught because of those lessons that you didn't learn. You know what's right and wrong, and you know how to address that and correct that if you're a good person. So there will be certain things that you know you shouldn't do. You know it's wrong and you shouldn't do it. Listen, please. If there is no forgiveness and no judgment, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. You have yourself to answer to, you have mum and dad to answer to, and that's it. That's it. Now, there will be a spiritual reap what you sow. You put shit out, you get shit back. You put love out, you get love back. You give money, you get money back. You take money, you lose money. This is how it works. We haven't been told that. We've been told to be scared of everything, to work like a fucking idiot and still not have enough. That ain't life. That's not living. That's slavery. They can't tax us enough to make themselves richer. It's like, oh, what can we tax now? These people seem to be living a fairly decent life, but we don't want that. So what can we take from them? What can we tax now that hasn't been taxed? What can we add to their burdens? Go back a few hundred years, 200 years maybe. Half the stuff that we do now, we weren't doing then. They've managed to clamp down and clamp down and clamp down and clamp down and clamp down. And it's unreal. Because each time you think that your life is getting better, they come up with something new. which means just when you thought you could see light at the end of the tunnel, it starts to get dim again, because that's how they want us to live. Uh-oh, you'd worked through really quickly there. I missed some stuff. Ooh, wow, you really have. Well, you mustn't. Streets in as well. Oh dear. Ah, there we go. Craftsman. Howdy. All are people slaves to money or slaves to the people who pay the money? No, they are slaves to the people who have money, because those people who have money made money, so you could be slave to it, because we used to barter and do stuff. We didn't have money. But money came into the world in order that they could control. So you are slaves to those people who invented the money that you need to live. We're all straw men. People are a cut. Hey, street in America, people are slaves to their government instead of government being a slave to the. Well, mostly agree with that, but I don't think the government should be a slave to the people, but they are there for the people. So yeah, they should be there for the people. That's the whole point of them, existing. What if you take the money out of the equation? Are we still slaves? If you take the money out of the equation, then you have to set up a bartering system. You would then be reliant on yourself. So if you want to be a slave to yourself, that's up to you. If you want to live a life where you will get back what you put in, that's fine. If you consider that to be a slave to yourself, that's fine. But if you work that hard to earn money that somebody else says you need in order to live, and to live, you need to give me your money, because I'm the person with the money. I'm the person that has all the jobs that you need to apply for. I'm the person that have all the products that you need to buy. I'm the person that have all the places where you can go to for entertainment. I'm that person that says most of the money that you're spending is going to a select few people. Whatever the product is, doesn't matter what the product is, it's all owned by a select group of people. That's how simple it is. Now, it's not enough that that select group of people can manipulate you to give your money to them through all these various companies. They then have the mob who inflict pain, suffering, whatever it is, on you as well, to keep you in a fearful state of being, mind, whatever you want to call it. So that went off somewhere. It's the way money is created. That's the problem. Just paper trusted. How can you say it's just paper? It's not about. It wouldn't matter if it was flipping plastic or quartz. It's those people that have more of it because you're giving it to them, because that's how you have to live. You have to spend it to buy whatever product it is that they own. And they make sure that they own it. And all these people that come up with patents, they buy those patents so they can control how this world is run. They can control the oil that we need. They can control all of that stuff to make sure that all of these good inventions don't get off the ground. They buy it to make sure that you buy their product in their way, in their time, whether it's paper or flipping nickel or whatever it is. The concept of God was created by ignorant people in ignorant times, in my opinion. The concept of money was created by ignorant people in ignorant times. And the fact that you buy into it must make you ignorant, because you aren't supposed to live like that. That's not how it's meant to be. Actually, only gold or silver is legal tender. Ooh. If God hears and sees all, what is the purpose of the gate on heaven? So you're asking a question about something that you've never seen, that you've only read or heard about, and you're asking someone to answer that question about the gates on heaven that you don't even know exist or not. You're just believing something that was told to you by somebody about something. The pearly gates of heaven. Now, listen. Hell is not meant for human beings. That's the truth. Hell is not meant for human beings. Those people tell you that you're going to hell. As a human, you're going to hell. No, you're not. God doesn't want anyone to go to hell. Fallen angels, etc., yeah, but not humans, because you're his children. So you want to believe everything that you hear about something that you know nothing about. I don't know how that's going to work. As long as enough to keep on keeping on, I can just shake my head at them. Cool. Actually, Federal Reserve notes are bills of credit, which is totally legal under the Constitution. Yeah, it has to be. Anything. So legal is one thing, which means basically I promise to pay. If somebody gives me this piece of paper, I promise to pay whatever that piece of paper says that it's worth. And whatever the product is that is worth that, I will give them that product because of that piece of paper that I say can buy that. But you could do the same thing, saying, look, here we go. I've got a toaster. If you give me 12 eggs, a pint of milk, blah, 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 you can have this toaster. Now, you wouldn't get a shop allowing you to do that, but somebody might say, look, as far as I'm concerned, for me, your milk, your eggs, your whatever is legal enough for me to say, look, there you go, you have the toaster, I'll have that. So if somebody's willing to exchange one product for another, fine. The only reason we have money is so that we can't do that or that we won't do that. It's too difficult for us to do that because money exists. And money exists so those people can be in charge of us. Now, you take out the money, those people cry themselves to sleep because they're not in charge. They're not God anymore. They don't rule us. Like if we can't buy their products, they're nothing. They're nobody. Now, people are under the illusion that a company like YouTube is owned by one person and that's it. But that company, YouTube, is owned by loads of other. No, that company, YouTube, is no different than many other media outlets that are owned by the same people. Like you think you have a choice and you don't, because whilst the company name is different, actually when it all filters up, it's owned by the same person, same people. Apart from X when Elon Musk took over, but it was owned by the same people. In all the products that we have, whatever the products are, when you filter it up, most of it goes to the same people. So 85% of the world is owned by the same people as far as what it is that we spend our money on, and then a little bit isn't. And we're supposed to be living in a world where there should be no monopoly. And they get around it by saying, well, I don't actually own it. It's a subsidiary of blah, 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 blah. But when you build it all together, it all goes up to the money goes into the same pocket. And that's how they want it to be. And that's how it has been, but it won't always be. Heaven just a sin away. A sin away, a sin away. cause and to the bade to the bone. It's not sin. The word is sign. People are not sinners. They are either signers or not. Sign the paper now. Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. What is sin? Sin, we're told that things are sin, but if we're here to learn, how can it be a sin? How can it be a sin? Which means somebody's lying about what is sinful and what isn't, which is what I was saying the other day. How is incest sinful when that's how we came about? According to these religious things, scriptures, we came about by certain people coming onto the earth and having kids, and those people having kids. But incest is a sin, and yet that's the only way we were created. Whether it's Darwin or whether it's the Bible or whatever else, doesn't matter. It's the same scenario. Mom and dad, kids, more kids, more kids, more kids. Noah, kids, more kids, more kids, more kids, more kids. Doesn't matter where it comes from. It's the same thing. So either incest is not sinful because God says go forth and multiply, and the only way you can go forth and multiply is if mum and dad have sex with the kids and the kids have sex with the kids. That's it. Sorry for being blunt, but that's what it is. It's that simple. So somebody's lying somewhere. Either this is the story of our evolution or it isn't. And if it is, it's not a sin. So what else is not a sin? So people who wrote these books, who changed them, not wrote them, who changed them, who changed the scriptures. So some of the scriptures is true and right and just and godly or whatever it is. And some of it isn't. Remember, nothing is as it seems. Some of it's true, some of it isn't. And it's obvious to tell what is and what isn't true. Or should be obvious to tell what is and isn't true. You don't get, listen, I've said it before loads of times, there's no such thing as an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth and a hand for a hand and a bone for a bone, whatever. No, not if you're a godly person, a spiritual person. No, it's a turn the other cheek. Now, it's either one or the other. You either turn the other cheek or you take an eye for an eye. You can't have both in the same book. It doesn't work. It's not possible. Turn the other cheek or eye for an eye. And there's other instances where some of it's true and some of it's written down by a narcissist who hopefully wants to screw people over in regard to whether there is a God or not. Because the one thing they fear is that a true God will come back and F them over. Because they will not be able to control him like they control everyone else. And they have been warned to stand down, or what you people know as God's wrath will come upon them in the form of karma, which is what's happening. So the screenshot at the front are the dominoes that are falling. Elites, covens, cults, celebrities, whatever, government officials, whatever, all being found out. Justice of the peace. You, judge, probably not a judge now, were a judge. You, lawyer. You, policeman. You in the FBI. Not the good person. Not the good person. The bad people. All being found out. From the top to the bottom, all the corruption, all the BS that's been put on this earth to put people in fear of God. God is a loving God. You don't have to fear God. If you're just a normal, everyday, here to learn soul, good and bad, no sin, There's no sin. You're here to learn. You do the things that you need to do to learn, and you will be judged. Not about going to hell. Not about going to hell. It's not about going to hell. You will be judged because you're either a good person or a bad person, and your life will reflect that. Your life will reflect. If you're a bad person, you will end up having a bad life. And if you're a good person, you'll end up having a good life. And when you die, and your soul goes up, and then you come back, either this earth or another planet, and how you lived your life will have been judged, and you'll have another life. And it'll either be a good life or not such a good life. Excuse me, confirmation. And that's it. That's it. No hell. Hell is not for humans. No hell. It's not for humans. There is a hell, but it's not for humans. There are other beings in this world, in the worlds, that hell is meant for. So you can live a good life and have a good life and have other good lives going forward. Or you can live a bad life and have another bad life and another bad life. And they're called generational curses. You will have karma that has been passed on to you and passed on to you and passed on to you and passed on to you because you haven't learnt any of the lessons to get rid of that karma, to get dharma. So those people that have done bad things to good people, you know you're getting karma. Now, stop whinging. Stop whinging. Oh, I can't cope. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's exactly what you did to those people. And they managed just fine to do what they did. Now, you don't have to believe in God. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just telling you. Remember, I'm only telling you the truth. There has to be a creator. Has to be. Now, if this is a video game and you are in the video game, so there I am, screen, I'm on the video, and I'm being controlled by the creator. Everything's already planned, everything's already done. What I'm saying is the script that I'm saying that's already imprinted in me. So as when I get to the end of the film, I'm able to continue the next film, which is the end of my life. I'm able to continue the next film, and everything that I've done in this film will dictate what happens in the next film. My free will is me choosing whether I'm a good person or a bad person. And if I'm a bad person, so if I'm learning all bad, everything that I'm doing is bad, and I'm not getting any good merit marks for it, chances are at some point I will be judged on that, and my life going forward, this life or the next life or whatever, may not be so good. So if God is teaching us how to be good people by putting us in bad situations, because you've got to learn maths. You might not like it, but you've got to learn it. You're put in a bad position, but it's there to help you, not to hurt you. You just have to accept it's a lesson. May not be a good lesson. May not be a lesson you want to do. Physics may not be something you want to do. History may not be something you want to do. PE may be something you might not want to do, but it's a lesson that you need to learn in order that you can live your life in a good way and cope with everything that life puts at you. That's it. So Earth is a place to learn. And through learning, you get put in bad situations. And it's not there to hurt you. It's there to make you learn and understand and be a stronger, better person. If you fight against it, you'll probably keep learning that lesson, not learning it, but going through that lesson over and over again. So if you failed maths, they will keep putting you in the maths next year, and in maths again next year, and in maths again next year, until you learn. Until you learn. And at the point that you learn, you'll go on to the next lesson. So you start easy maths, plus, then you go on to minus, then you go on to times, then you go on to division, whatever it is. And you're just learning. And if you accept that it's just a learning process, it's not horrible. It's not difficult. It's just learning. It's just learning. And the whole world's not against you. You're just learning. You might not like the fact that you're learning, but you're just learning. No different than school. You're just learning. It's all it is. You're just learning. And if you fight against the learning, you ain't going to learn. You ain't going to learn. So shut the fuck up moaning that your life's shit. If you don't want to learn, then your life's going to stay shit. If you don't want to learn, your life's going to stay shit. Until you learn how to succeed. Learn the lesson, move on, move on, move on, move on, till you get to the point, where you're able, with all those lessons that you've had, reaching the top, reaching heaven, God, whatever. Once you get to that point, you're then able to manifest the life that you want. You go through a life that you don't want, in all the small part of the life that you don't want, in order to have a long part of the life that you do want. And if you don't want to learn, then you're never going to get to the life that you do want. You're always going to live in the life that you don't want. You're always going to be in school. You're always going to be learning. You're always going to be moaning that you don't want to do these lessons. Learn the lesson. Graduate. Graduate. Now, please listen. In this now moment, in this matrix, you are not able to graduate because they don't want you to graduate. They don't want you to learn. They want you to be effed over, stay where you are so they can feed off you and live their life. What you have to do is say, stuff you, stuff you. I don't live for you, powers that be, government officials, whatever it is. I don't live for you. You live for me. You live for me. You work for me. You're in charge. You're not in power. You don't hold power over me. You are there for me and you work for me. I don't work for you. And I don't have to accept the BS that you have inflicted upon me. Once you start learning those things and you wake up to Adam and Eve didn't have two sons and create a family. It never happened. It never happened. Adam and Eve may have existed. Abel and Cain may have existed. But how all of this was written has been changed just to screw us over. Noah may have existed. The flood may have happened according to all of these scriptures, according to all of the stuff. But if that's the case, why aren't there kangaroos at Mount Ararat? Why aren't there polar bears at Mount Ararat? Where all of these animals supposedly got off the ark. Why don't all the animals that exist in the world, pandas, why aren't they living in that country? Why aren't they there? If they all went into the ark 2 by 2, when that ark landed and they let all these animals out, there you go, off you go, there you go, 2 by 2, out you go. Koala bears in Australia, but not in Egypt. How does that work? Or wherever it is. Africa. Well, I don't know. Where is it? Wherever Mount Ararat is. Why aren't they there? Why are they not there? If all the animals went 2 by 2 into the ark and there was a major flood, then when Noah opened the doors, all the animals would be there. They would live in that part of the world. Polar bears, there. Penguins, there. No? Oh. How does that work then? So, I'm not saying the Bible is bullshit. I'm saying things have been changed and it's not what it seems. No different than the chase. Things are changed and it's not what it seems. And you have to see it for what it is. If what I'm being told is the truth, then why is this not happening? How did 2 sons have kids? Where did Cain and Abel get their wives from? How did Adam and Eve walk out of the Garden of Eden and bump into people if they're the first people? What's going on? But these are simple discrepancies. They're different than the chase. They're very simple, very easy to go, hang on a minute, that's not right. That can't be right. It just can't be. Jesus was on the cross. He never, if he was on the cross, he never said, Father, why hast thou forsaken me? He couldn't have done. He knew exactly why he was on the cross. And he knew he was going to die there. And he knew he was going to rise again in 3 days' time. So he would never have said, hang on a minute, mate. Hang on a minute. Whoa. Why haven't you got me off this cross? Why have you forsaken me, Father? Why haven't you took me down? He'd have just gone, okay, I'm ready. I know I'm going to rise in 3 days' time. Job done. So all that stuff, it's like, you're just talking bullshit. Somebody's wrote in there some fucking bullshit along with some of the good stuff. It never happened. It couldn't have done. There's no reason for it to happen. He told Peter, don't worry about it, mate. I've got, 180,000 or whatever, however many it is, angels up in heaven. One angel can kill 185,000 men, and he's got hundreds of angels in heaven ready to come down on his command if he needs them. So he says, no, don't worry about it. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to die. I'm going to rise again. So nobody forsook him. And he didn't need to ask a question because he knew what was going to happen according to the Bible. And throughout the Bible, there's all those things written by a narcissist. Jesus saying, yeah, smash a bottle of perfume over my head because the poor will be here forever, and I will only be here but for a short while. What? Shut up. The perfume can feed the poor for a year, but you can smash it over my head because I'll only be here for a little while. No, a godly person wouldn't say that. Like, yeah, don't break it over my head. Don't make me smell nice. Feed the poor for a year. Only a narcissist will say, yeah, but I'm only going to be here for a little while, so smash it over me and make me smell nice before I get killed. What? Bullshit. No. It's either one story or it's another. Either he's a narcissistic wanker or he's a godly person. A spiritual person, not a religious person. Those people that wanted to kill him were religious people of the church who said, no, don't kill this bloke, kill Jesus instead. And then we're going to write that he's a martyr and a saviour and we should all look up to him. You just killed him. You just had him killed. Now you're trying to tell everybody that they should look up to him. But you didn't like his teachings, which is why you killed him. Not only that, you took it to Rome. You didn't even leave it there. You took it to Rome and built up this Masonic, Catholic, Christian type bullshit. That's all it is. Masons. You Christians, you're Masons. You Catholics, you're Masons. Protestants, Masons. All those people that believe the religion, you're just Masons. You don't know it, but yeah, you are. You're just Masons, and you don't know it. And that's part of the truth that needs to come out. And it hasn't come out yet, but it will. So, and you don't have to believe me, I don't care. But it's true. I only tell you the truth. It was set up, it wasn't set up to help people. It was set up to help these people. And through the years, they became more powerful. They became more powerful. And they set up churches, evil, evil churches, where they do evil things, hiding under God's name. And now, you sad sons of bitches, you ain't hiding anymore. Everything's been seen, everything's been logged, everything's been accounted for, and the dominoes are falling. Everyone will be judged. If you're a good person, you'll get Dharma. And if you're a bad person, you'll get karma. You see, it's going back to you reap what you sow. People talk about it as though it happened, but it doesn't. Because these people hid. Remember? Forrest? Hiding behind a skirt. Making God believe that they were good people and making God believe that the good people were bad people. And now, no more umbrella. No more skirt. You're not able to hide behind a skirt anymore. You're being seen for the trash that you are. Threw time in the bin, threw time in the trash, and then took it out again. So now, in this time, in this now moment, in this future moment, those dominoes will keep falling. And those that are first shall be last, and those that are last shall be first. You will fall, so others may rise. And those that rise will not rule like you. They will be just and fair, even to you who don't deserve it. You see, your hope, your hope was that the person born in darkness would stay in darkness. And you thought, I don't even know what you thought. You wanted something you didn't deserve, and you wanted to win at any cost. Well, you got what you wanted. Any cost, but you didn't win. And the cost is everything that you had. You traveled the world trying to destroy, told the same thing over and over. I talked about the warriors when he said, leave the kid alone. And I told you, stand down, to stop. And the people at the top, you sad mothers, you couldn't fucking help yourself. You have no idea of the power that is in this world right now. There is nothing spiritual or man-made that is more powerful. And you continue to try and push buttons. In my first, I didn't want to do this on this video, but in my first videos, I said, everyone's going to be judged. Need to stop. God warns people before he does stuff, etc., etc. And you thought that you could hide behind a skirt, or you could take out what you consider to be a threat and gain what you don't deserve. And you found out the hard way that you can't. And you're just making that power stronger than it already was. Excuse me. Confirmation. Honestly don't know. I don't know. It's like you want to keep poking the bear and expect the bear to just keep taking it. But at some point, I just don't get it. Like, you have all the information you need. All the information you need. You were told to stop studying, which you haven't. You've had proof that your equipment is being messed with. You've had proof that the Vatican has been explored. You've had proof that the truths are coming to light that you've tried to keep hidden. And you're still trying to study something you don't understand. And you're still trying to get a reaction or just take it out. And you know you can't. You've been told you can't. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't want to talk about this in this video. I was talking about flipping Forrest Fenn and took me down a different bloody road. Rednecks out here blowing shit up now. Uh-oh. Don't want to do that. Crimson and Clover. INFJ. Oh, I think you forgot to answer my question. What was the question, INFJ? The Hebrew word. I don't think I did. I think I did answer it. The Hebrew word that today is called sin has a meaning of making a mark. I've got a mark on my head. I thought you'd be able to see what it was. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? I think I've been marked by God. Can you see it, Trusty? You'll be able to read it. I'm sure you will. I tell you, it goes up there and there's a little... All these people, like, read my hands. Like, I've given you all the flipping... I've given you enough hints so you can read and see and understand what's going on. And you're just oblivious to it. What's the question? Oh, sound like Scooter. Which in those days was the sign X. Oh no, take you to what? Yeah, the covenant. The covenant, which is God is keeping it. Government power is ministerial. The people in charge are too dumb to know. They moved. Who moved? Moses and his people. I have to go to... Oh, you want to know who are the people? What was the question? Excuse me. I have to go twist a few bolts are here. Frankenstein. If someone put me on a boat and dropped me in Africa, I would find another boat or start. Who do I told you? I answered your question. I told you. All twisted up. So it doesn't matter. Earth is billions of years old, which means, please listen, which means whatever power there was then, is older than Earth. Older than Earth. When was God first talked about? When was God first talked about? Jehovah, whatever. Now, obviously not Allah, because that came after the Bible. But when was God first talked about? Because, listen, there must have been a power older than God. There must have been. The God that you talk about must have been. So, if you go into the truth of things, you will find that even Archangel Michael is scared of a divine being. That God has a mirror. And by mirror, I don't mean a mirror, I mean a person, a being whose name is not mentioned. Like, there is so much information that we have not been told because we're led to believe the Matrix and the BS. But there is a higher being, there is a creator. Now, it doesn't matter whether he's Yahweh, Allah, whatever, excuse me, Buddha, Vishnu, Mother Nature, or Mother Gaia, doesn't matter. It effing doesn't matter who or what you call source, creator, universe. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no need to fight whether you have the right name for source, creator, God. Doesn't matter. What matters is we all just get along. We all just believe in one divine being who is the creator of everything, who is able to either prosper us or destroy us, depending on how you behave. If you're a good person, you have no need to fear anything, nothing at all. No judgment, nothing, if you're a good person. And by a good person, I don't mean a saint. I just mean an average Joe Bloggs, just like me, who has sinned, who will still sin, who recognizes that mum and dad have set down rules that need to be followed. Doesn't matter what name you give them. Doesn't matter what bullshit has been put out into this earth for us to understand. What matters is mum and dad want you to enjoy life, want you to love, live, and learn. That's it. There is no sin. You can't learn maths if you're not allowed to learn maths. You can't learn physics if you're not allowed to learn physics. You can't learn biology if you're not allowed to learn biology. You can't learn. There is no sin. There is only the intention of good and bad. You can do bad things with each other for a good reason and outcome, as long as the intention is pure and the consent. Those people doing bad things that are not consensual, those people will be judged. But people doing bad things that are consensual are just learning and enjoying life and each other. That is not sin. That is just learning. So the sin is where the intention is. And if the intention is pure, then there is no sin. You cannot learn if you're not allowed to have the information that you're supposed to be learning. Impossible. So people have given you, all of us, in this matrix, a whole, no. They've given us half the truth and they've given half BS in order that we're confused as fuck about what the truth is. So stop looking for the truth. Call out the BS. Listen, stop looking for the truth. You don't know what the truth is. Don't know what the truth is. Just going to argue about it. So stop looking for the truth and saying that you have the truth. Just call out the BS. Adam and Eve did not have Cain and Abel, and they have kids. It didn't happen. They did not walk out of the Garden of Eden and bump into people. So call out the BS. Doesn't matter about the truth. Just call out the BS and you will find the truth. Because the BS doesn't sit right. It can't do. Once you find that this part and this part and this part and this part is BS, then it can't start at that point. It can't. So you have to go back and you have to go back and you have to go back. Remember, if you get lost, go where? Go back to the beginning. In the beginning, there was chaos. So, please fucking listen. These people, thousands of years ago, built pyramids with their bare hands, some stones, rope that is so strong that it can pull a 30-ton flipping whatever with a oxen or 50,000 men or whatever it is, and they can move this 30-ton block millimeters, just push it into place. No, it didn't happen. It couldn't have happened that way. Why are they giving us bullshit? Now, these people that are giving out the bullshit, they have lived many lives. They know their past lives and they know the truth. And some of that truth, not all of it, some of that truth is in the Vatican. Most of that truth was destroyed when the Knights Templar went round the world changing our history. Giving it to the church and hiding it from everybody. Which is why we have the Dark Ages. Not because it was dark, not because there was no light, because there's a lot of information that just disappeared, that we just don't know. So stop it. Stop with the BS. Stop it. I'm fully aware of what's going on. I'm fully aware of what happened. And I am fully, totally aware what is going to happen, including all of the little plans that have been made to sneak in with an offer. No. The answer is no. It doesn't matter if it's me or somebody else. It doesn't matter. The answer is still no. There is a plan. I don't like making plans. Antagonistic to freedom. But somebody does. There is a divine plan with divine timing. Things will happen. Listen, things will happen the way that they're supposed to happen because that's the way that they've been planned to happen. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. It will happen the way that it's supposed to. The chase has been solved. JCB has been solved. Don't have to believe it. I don't care. And even though I haven't even looked at it, just looking at that poem, I bet you that it's solved. And I say that because I know that the information will be given to the solver. Because, listen, it will happen the way that it's supposed to. Whatever is meant for you will not pass you by. Now, it doesn't matter whether you think that God is up there or God is here. I say that because that's what most people think. Listen, I'm only telling you the truth. You don't have to believe it. I don't care. If, how many times I've said it, if we are all the sons and daughters of God, then we are no different than the person they call Jesus. We're no different. Which means anything that Jesus is purported to have done, we can do. He even told us we could. Again, said it hundreds of times. God even said, others will come that will do more wondrous things than I. How is that possible? Who are you? And the man could not answer. I am. It's time for people to wake up. I was just going to talk about the chase, but it's time for people to wake up. Not to the fact of religion, to the fact that there is a God, a creator, a source, a divine being. Doesn't matter what you think. This is all too perfect. It is all, listen, scientific. God will be proven scientifically. If you can think of it, it will happen. Listen to that. Listen to that. Listen. If you can think of it, it will happen. What does that mean? Well, to some of you say, well, if you can think of time travel, then time travel will happen. If you can think of going to space, then going to space will happen. Blah. No. If you can think of God, if you can think that God is possible, then God is possible. And if God is possible, he exists, already exists. It's already been thought of, and God already exists. Because if you can think of it, it will happen. So now God exists. Not just now. Into the future, into the past, and into the future, whichever way. He exists. Because God exists everywhere. If you can think of it, it will happen. So because God exists everywhere, he exists. And he exists in the past and in the future and creates all of this because he exists. Please fucking listen. What came first? The human or the egg? Forget the chicken. What came first? The human or the egg? What came first? The bird or the egg? What came first? The snake or the egg? The egg is everywhere. The egg is everywhere. So do some research about turtles and fucking eggs. Stop trying to find the truth. Just call out the BS and the truth will unfold. I've said 100 times, the thrill of the chase is just like life. You can believe what you want. You will get whatever answer you want. And you will all just end up fighting over fucking bullshit. Instead of living happily together in peace. By accepting the BS. That's the one thing that you all have in common. It's the one thing that everyone has in common. Instead of fighting in the chase, just get together and look at what can't possibly be correct. Join together with that. Stop trying to find out what is correct. Listen, because words don't mean what you think they do, and nothing is as it seems, so it's impossible to look at the information you have and get the right answer. It's impossible, because the information you have is flawed. It's not correct. You believe in something that is already wrong. Excuse me, confirmation. So stop it. Instead of trying to find the truth with false information, look at the BS false information and you'll end up finding the truth. The thrill of the chase was simple. You finished as soon as you began because you already knew where it was and it was all the same place. The exact same place. It was all the same place. The blaze is where you began, and the blaze is where you fucking finished. Begin is the blaze. Look at the word. Look for yourself. Find it for yourself. Begin is the blaze, and you'll arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down your quest to cease. Begin is the blaze. That's where you began. That's where you fucking ended. That's where the home of ground is. That's why all of those statements that Forrest Fenn made make sense. Your first word is blaze. Then look quickly down your quest to cease. Done. Finished. You're at warm waters halt. You're at no place for the meek. You're at the end is ever drawing nigh. You're at fucking heavy loads and water high. You're there already. And by the time you begin and see the fucking blaze, you know the place for the first time. Because it's where you end. Stop with all the BS about all your stupid souls that go to 9 different locations and have a whole load of bullshit, take you 15 days to write out what the solve is. Stop it. You begin at the blaze. You end at the blaze. And within that poem, from that beginning to that take the chest and go in peace, you're in the same bloody place. You arrive back where you started because you started at the blaze and you finished at the blaze. And if you were wise, you would have found the blaze with the word begin. Stop with the BS. I know what the truth is. I've told you the truth. Don't have to believe me. I don't care. I don't need you to believe me. I'm trying to help you. You don't want to be helped? Fine. Go through life and suffer. It's your choice. I don't care. I don't need to hold your hand. I don't need to help you. I don't even need to worry about you. I do it because I care that I care. But once you don't care, I don't care. I don't care. I put out my hand. If you stick your fucking fingers up at me, I take my hand away and I walk away, and I don't care. I won't be offended, not hurt, don't give a shit. Your choice. Your lesson to learn. I've learnt my lessons. You can either learn the lessons or not learn the lessons. I don't care. Doesn't make me better than you. Not trying to gloat, not trying to be special. Just telling you the truth. You can either like it or not. It doesn't matter. But I've told you the truth. And everything that I've said is 100% connected to what Forrest Fenn said. And explains all of those contradictions that nobody understands. Well, except for maybe me and Davy B. Maybe someone else. So, in all of this, through the thrill of the chase, and through the world, I've told you that you're being manipulated. And you won't be able to know you're being manipulated If you keep believing what's put in front of you. So question what's put in front of you as to being BS. Take the BS out. What's left is the truth. Once you have the truth, you can then fill in the blanks because you've taken out the BS, and you can put in those blanks the truth that's been missing. So the Blaze, the home of Brown, warm waters halt, no place for the meek, and his ever drawing eye, heavy lows water high, all of it, it's the same fucking place. You start at the Blaze and you finish at the Blaze. People are looking for the Blaze, but you won't be able to find the Blaze before finding warm waters halt. It's the same fucking thing. If you don't have warm waters halt, you have nothing, because it's the Blaze. If you don't have warm waters halt, you don't have the Blaze. If you don't have the Blaze, you arrive back where you started, because you started at the Blaze. Stop the BS. Oh, why not think of that? You arrive back where you started, because if you're supposed to finish at the Blaze, where the fuck are you supposed to start? Seriously, if you're supposed to find the Blaze and your quest to cease, where are you supposed to start? Arrive back where you started. Where are you supposed to start? If where you're supposed to finish is the Blaze, where are you supposed to start? And know the place for the first time, because you arrive back where you started. If you're supposed to find the Blaze, where you're supposed to finish, and you're going to arrive back where you started, where are you supposed to start? At the Blaze. At the Blaze. Which means, listen, if you're supposed to start at the Blaze, it must be warm waters halt. It must be. If you're supposed to start at the Blaze to arrive back where you finished, if you're going to finish at the Blaze, you must start at the Blaze, because you arrive back where you finish. And if you started at the Blaze, you start at warm waters halt. You start at warm waters halt. When you finish your quest, you start at warm waters halt. If you're wise and found the Blaze, which is the home of Brown. Because if you have the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm waters halt? Which tells you, if you finish at the Blaze and start at the Blaze, and home of Brown is better than warm waters halt, then the Blaze, home of Brown, warm waters halt, all the same thing. And if you can't get closer than the little girl from India after the first two clues, then the home of Brown has to be either clue 1 or clue 2, which takes you to begin it where warm waters halt, which means the Blaze, home of Brown, warm waters halt is the same thing. So stop it. Stop this bullshit about, oh, where could it be? It's not 9 Mile Hole. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Oh, it's the fucking cross, or it's the gallery, or it's, I don't know, wherever you bullshit want to make bullshit up for. Just crazy. Absolutely crazy. You have a man that's told you over, excuse me, 10 years where it was. Straight to your face. If you listen to the words, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Safe place, best revenge, blah, 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 blah. Over and over he told you where it was. If you just, I don't know, did it word for word. Precise, straight, direct, right. Two things to look for: a chest and a treasure, or a trove, however you want to look at it. Once you found the chest, well, you didn't have to find the chest. You could look for the trove straight away if you knew there was a trove. So there was something in the chest that the finder will like. You've all seen it. Some of you have talked about it. That's what the treasure was. Some of you know. Some of you probably don't know. That's what the treasure was. Because when it gets to 10 million, if it gets to 10 million, I'm going to go back and get it myself. That chest was never going to get to 10 million while Forrest was alive. You should all know that. And the fact that you don't even question it is pathetic. There is no way that it's going to get to 10 million, which means Forrest has something that he knows he's going to get to $10 million. Well, it's more than that now. Way more than that now. 10 times more than that now. So when you get to that point, that if it gets to 10 million, I'll go back and get it myself. He was at 10 million then, or roughly, not far off that when he said it. Now, I have a feeling, I'm not 100% sure, because it could have been me, but there was a searcher out there. No, I don't think it was me. Wasn't me. Definitely someone else. And I know who that someone else is. Who gave Forrest information, written information, that made Forrest think that he knew what the treasure was. Not the chest, the treasure. He knew what the treasure was, and he may have known where the treasure was, and he may have known where the chest was. Except this person, this conceited, arrogant, in other words, person, changed where he was talking about and went somewhere else. And when he went somewhere else, when he went somewhere else, Forrest said, my gut feeling is wavering. Look up the word gut feeling. My gut feeling is wavering. Which means whoever gave him information is wrong. 2018. If you're saying that you're a solver before 2018, shut the F up. Shut up. And if your information was given to Forrest 2018, if your solve didn't change, shut the F up. Because You gave him some information that he thought you knew what was going on. And then you changed where you were and what you were talking about. And he went, oh, they don't know. They don't know. That was just a lucky piece of information they gave me. But those two things that you did, totally separate, for two different things, were the answers that Forrest wanted. Two separate things. One for the chest, one for the treasure. You gave him the answers, and he thought you knew them. And he's just waiting for you to come back and say, yeah, it's definitely this, and yeah, it's definitely that. But you didn't know what it was. You had not got it nailed down. So you went away from where you were, and you didn't talk about what you spoke about or wrote about. And Forrest went, nah, they don't know. Or, he thought, well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But you obviously didn't. And I know who you are, because I know the information that there was. One of them was a video, and one was information about who you were contacting. And when you changed that, he said, no, you don't have it. And you went and had the chest somewhere else, and you didn't know. Whilst you talked about something, you didn't know that's what it was. And everybody else is just totally wrong. Sorry, but that's just it. Just totally wrong. And all the BS about what if all the other BS is part of the other souls for the other hunts? I'm not saying it is, but what if? What if you were solving a future hunt with the information you had? And not know it? Would it be worth looking at your Forrest Fenn solve in another hunt? Bearing in mind that some people's Forrest Fenn solve was not in Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, or Montana. Before it was limited to those states. So if your soul was in, I don't know, Georgia or Utah, Idaho, Arizona, Oregon, Portland, Oregon, whatever. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying it's quite possible that there's information So if your soul was in the Appalachian Mountains, say, that was talked about in the Forrest Fenn chase, then maybe you solved another hunt. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying maybe, because I don't know your soul. I know my souls, but I don't know yours. Our souls, but I don't know yours. So I don't know. Maybe you could look into it and go, hang on a minute, I had a soul at such a place. I wonder if that could tie in with any information in a different hunt. So I think Frank's here. Hello, Frank. I think, I've done that one. I've done that one. I've done that one. I have to go twist a, done that one. Done that one. Laugh at loud, didn't do that one. What do you get confirmation from? Who do you get confirmation from? Yeah, I've done that. God, sorry. Auto said I had to install 6 struts. Or could have been 6 stoofs. My eyes, oh, it fell down. The God of Israel is Set of Egypt. Well, wasn't Osiris the god and didn't Set, do something bad? Pretty much like now, I suppose. But what if Jerusalem is in England? What if the 12 tribes of Israel came to England? Listen, please listen. Great Britain is the only nation of nations that I know of. And there are a lot more things that say Great Britain is where the 12 tribes of Israel, Joshua. So just think about that. If you look at the bloodline, if you look into that and how it travels from one part of the world to another part of the world, excuse me, you may be in for a surprise. And I suggest you listen, don't have to the Jerusalem, England national anthem. It's very good. It is. I'm not saying that because, I'm English, but it is. It's nice. It's very moving. It's quite amazing, really. It's a bit long, but it's worth the listen and the watch. So just food for thought for you because, the truth may be stranger than fiction. Joshua of Arimathea. Joshua. He rode a boat or something, didn't he, Joshua? Something, he had a song anyway. Popeye dressed his palm with olive oil. Sorry, why are you saying sorry? Have you been in earlier than that, Frank? Sorry. People who are linear thinkers can't handle so many variables to find the truth. Yeah, there is that. But you just have to think, my JCB Fenn box solve is based on an argument with a troll during the chase. The troll claimed to be a rich guy that didn't even need the money, so I knew his general first. Well, hello, Amy. How you doing? It's good to read you. So I knew his general search. You having an argument, Trusted? I can't believe that. During the troll claimed to be a rich guy that didn't even need the money. What if the Fenn box is the original Fenn box? Or the original search box, or whatever you want to call it. Forrest had 5 keys. So there's 5 chests. And he already had a chest. Just needed to find the other 4. What if we agreed to say it was in Wyoming? It was a chest for JCB. And what if you don't need to be boots on the ground for any of them? What if you just have to tell them where it is? I'd say you don't have to be boots on the ground. You see, it's impossible. When they talk about snow. If the chest was 5 inches high, then to not be able to find it in snow, the snow would have to be 5 inches. But if you look in the what's it called? Word search. Oh, I wonder who did that. I wonder. Let me think. Oh yeah. If you look in that, if you look in the middle, you'll see that it's all about snow. And you won't find the box in that snow, but you might find it outside of that snow. In fact, I'll go so far as to say you'd find it in a tree, near a tree, a special tree. You'd find it in the gap somewhere. That's where you find that box, or a box. You see, the answers I already know. So why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? The answers I already know. I've done it tired, and now I'm weak. So hear me all and listen good. Your effort will be worth the cold. If you are brave and in the wood, I give you title to the gold. So what if Forrest did have 5 chests? What if he had 3 books with poems? What if he did manage to finish them? What if he's still looking for Forrest Fenn's chests? What if the thrill of the chase will go on and on and on? Because you will believe those words are real. You will believe that everything is as it seems. And if that's the case, you'll find Jack. That's all you'll have. That's all you'll ever have is Jack. The Forrest Fenn, thrill of the chase, solver. Because no one else is going to find it as long as they believe everything that they have. If you don't change your mindset, you will have Jack. That will be the only answer you ever have. So you need to change the way you think. You need to listen when somebody tells you ain't going to find it. Not me. JCB says when it gets to 8 years or 9 years or whatever it is, 7 years, I'll give you a clue. Which is no different than Forrest saying what he says, which is basically, you're not going to listen to me. And I know because you're not listening that you're not going to find it because the information you have is not correct. And if you use that information that is not correct, you're going to find Jack, Jonathan Stooth. That's all you're going to find. Another J, another hook, another lure, same old, same old. Trying to help you. If you don't want to be helped, then you ain't never. I don't care who you are. If you keep thinking the same things, you will find Jack, Jonathan Stooth, a stand-in, a there to protect the finder narrative, whatever, or a there to play the finder so we can steal Forrest Fenn's legacy, whichever way you want to look at it. But as I've always done, I suggest that those people that are doing bad things do the right thing, because the karma they get will not be worth it. Whatever you thought you were going to get, you ain't going to get it, and you're going to lose a whole lot more, and be in such a bad way. It's unreal. Someone's already living in a car. Someone's on the run. There's all sorts of things going on. Somebody's burning stuff down. People are claiming insurance. People are doing PPI loans, Ponzi schemes, all sorts of fucking bullshit. All sorts. Like the way this world is being run by these people is crazy. And they've done it for thousands of years. And now it all comes to an end because of the thrill of the chase. The world changes because of the thrill of the chase. Not because it was solved in the way that it was supposed to, because something ends it in the way that it's supposed to. Maybe God's karma ends the thrill of the chase. Maybe. It should be interesting if Geo is correct that Fenn box hunt has been solved. Well, it should be. I mean, I haven't heard any of that, but the desperados are still desperate. Oh, happy days. He's another god. Or she's another god. Happy. Not Happy, Hapi. It's amazing how all those animals, like how they thought of gods through the animals, how the animals are. Like Set himself was a donkey. Must have been a Democrat. Oh, must have thought like a Democrat as well. And must be getting karma like a Democrat too. Which means that either Hathor or Isis was the person that they were not being very nice to. And Hathor, she had a bracelet. And if she wore the bracelet, that would be some good revenge. Because she wore the bracelet to go to the underworld and back. And if she could do that, she could tell all the stories of the underworld. Well, we consider the underworld to be the mob. I don't know, maybe the hunters of the world, if you catch my drift. Maybe those people in that party were doing lots of very nice things to the American people, taking what wasn't theirs. You see, you should all be upset about what was done, about how the money was filtered from good, honest people to line the pockets of some not very good and honest people who have billions, who live in fancy houses, maybe even on Martha's Vineyard. Is that right? Something like that, anyway. So these people in power have siphoned energy off people and money from people that they had no right to. And now Judgment is called. Karma's kicking ass. There will be some celebrities outed. There will be some government officials outed. There will be some upset. Oh, just side note. If you're still drilling, digging, blowing up flipping stuff in Africa where that fault is, you better stop. And should something happen, it's not natural. Just be aware of that. Should you not stop and something does happen, it is not natural and it is not God. So you young people that are involved in that are misled, you need to think again. The earth is going to heal. Mother Gaia is here. The ley lines will be healed. Earth will heal. The animals will. The people will. Our earth will change. New earth is here. But it has to start somewhere, and it has to start by getting rid of the... Trump said it best. Take out the trash. And around the world, some people are going to be fired. And those people that take their places are going to be good people who will do the job they're supposed to do, and that is to work for the people. Medicine will be right. The children will be safe. The women will be safe. No more wars. Everything will go the way that God created. Those people that are still trying, just unbelievably still trying, you won't succeed. The court case, spiritual court, has already been finished. You've been found guilty. It's only, well, not long now, but before the 5D comes into the 3D. All you people that were worried about stuff coming out had a chance to bring it out itself. Stuff's going to come out anyway. If you haven't done it yourself, then you will find out. You will find out the same, when everybody else finds out that you've been found out. If you haven't told anyone those things that you did, you will know that everybody else knows the things that you did. And you will still have to explain it, which seems crazy to me. Like, you don't want to tell anyone, you don't want nobody to find out, but you know that everyone's going to find out. So if you know that everyone's going to find out, just say, do it first, because you're going to have to do it. At some point, you're going to have to do it. I'm not going to call out names, but AG, SB, CA, actress, singer, Can't remember what the first one I said was. The last one is a singer, musician. The middle one is an actress. Can't remember what the first one was. There's a judge. He's really pissed. Really pissed. Not very happy at all. An attorney. A lawyer. Policeman. What do they call those? Not mounted. What do they call them? Not a ranger. Trooper? I don't think it's a state trooper. A coach. And a bus driver. And a truck driver. It might be a state trooper. Oh. And someone who's going to get a dishonourable discharge. And I had to feel about that because, well, yeah, I suppose if you're doing it while you're still, yeah, I don't know. If you're still using the title, So some people not going to be doing too well. Done that. Last time I was in Martha's Vineyard, I will. Oh no! Oh no! No! Trusted? No! 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 That is not the. No! 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 That is not the vision I wanted. No! 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 Stop it! That's just. Like, I feel so sorry if you actually did that for those people. That's just crazy. Oh, you're so cruel. Fancy saying that. That's just crazy. Oh, that other judge, that judge that was different judge. All those judges that were going against Trump soon got a flipping a rude awakening. Like I don't. I'm just amazed that you have so many laws and rules, and then people come along and go, "Oh no, I can change it. I can do this. I can do that." You know, I can go against the president of the United States. It's like, what's the point of having somebody in charge when any Tom, Dick, and Harry can come along and go, "No, I don't agree with that. I'm going to challenge that." Isn't he supposed to be the top dog? Isn't he supposed to be able to, do what's right for the country legally and not have someone say, "No, you can't do that"? Just crazy, absolutely crazy. And I'm glad that they lost because what they were saying was a whole load of pants. But like I say, it's set up in our world is set up for people to fail. It's like I'm not speaking on the US because it's the same over here, but study at school, go to college, you know, buy a house, blah 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 blah, and you go to school, you study at college, and then you can't buy a house because everything's too expensive. It's like you set them up to fail. You set them up to be in, you know, a bad state of mind, just so you can prey on them. It's just crazy. Make people weak by hitting them with a whole load of what seem to be unachievable goals, and keep people in such a bad way of feeling. Excuse me. Anyway, I'm going. Stop walking through Martha's Vineyard in your flipping Speedos. Mind you, at least you wore your Speedo. I hope it was a hot day. I hope it was, you went when those immigrants weren't there. Even that, immigrants. They were, as I've said before, they were supposed to be asylum seekers. Poor, attacked people who were in fear of their life from their governments and that. That was what we were told originally, all around the world, all the different countries. Like, you need to take these people in because they're suffering and they're oppressed and they're blah blah blah, and they're seeking asylum. And it went from seeking asylum and we need to help them to we're going to bring them in, we're going to put them in hotels, we're going to let them take your jobs, we're going to give them everything they want, and they're not even seeking asylum. They're just seeking an easy life. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It was over 40 years ago. Trusted. That would just make you like 2000 and something. 40 years is a little drop in the ocean compared to how old you are, son. 40 years ago, that's probably not even, 2% of your age. The only thing that might be different is you. Oh, I better go. Actually, it's probably telling me about all these other people that, are upset about some of the things that I say and do, because they're pretty unstable at the moment. Have to be careful. It's amazing because they want me to shut up, and pretty much what Forrest was saying. And it's like, well, I didn't shut up for Forrest, so I'm hardly likely going to shut up for anyone else. Like, even that, just you can hide it again in the same place. It's like, oh, shut up. What are you doing? Like, nobody does shows and questions all the BS. Actually, they do the BS about the 9 Mile Hole, but they do the show as though it is 9 Mile Hole. They don't do a show that says it's definitely not 9 Mile Hole because of this, this, and this. Can't be. It can't be. So then just, null and void it, job done. But the fact that somebody says you can hide it again in the same place when the chest is found, it's like, that is just not applicable in no way, shape, or form to the chest being found. Which begs the question, why was it said? Why was it put out? And there are many more instances like that something's said and you have to think, hang on, that's got nothing to do with nothing. So it must have something to do with something. So instead of looking at the Forrest Fenn chase and going, Ooh, look at something else and go, okay, we'll take this that was said then and we'll put it into the now and see if it makes any sense in the now moment. Then, more often than not, you'll find out that it was. Forrest was talking about the secure location. No way was the treasure out in a public location. No, no trusted. You can hide it again in the same place. It's talking about hiding something in the same place that something was found. Nothing to do with the chest. Nothing to do with the chest. To do with something else that could be hidden where the chest was found. You can hide it again in the same place. Or maybe you can hide it in the same place. Whatever was said. Maybe you can hide it in the same place. However it was said, it's saying you can hide something now that something's been found. What's that got to do with anything? Unless, unless, unless you have another hunt and 4 more chests to hide. Then you can hide it in the same place that it's already been found in. Because then no one's going to look there because it's already been found there. If you hide it in the same place, why would anybody hide the Forrest Fenn chest in the same place if it's already been found, unless they're doing another hunt? And then all of a sudden, there's another hunt. Maybe you could hide it in the same place. The trove was not in Wyoming. No, the trove wasn't in Wyoming. You're right. No, it was not associated with a man-made object. Can't be in the gallery. Can't be at the island. All man-made. Can't be there. Stop the bullshit. Just stop it. 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 Absolute bullshit. Solve the first 2 clues. 50% there, metaphorically speaking. Not 9 fucking clues. Stop it. You began at the blaze. You finished at the blaze. End of story. Melinda? Bloody hell. Hello. What if it's not JCB's hunt, but Justin Posey's hunt? What if it's still Forrest Fenn's hunt? Or what if Forrest Fenn's hunt was Justin's hunt? Or what if Forrest Fenn's hunt was JCB's hunt? Or what if? You're supposed to think what if? It doesn't matter. They're all based around the same solution. 3 books, 3 poems. Forrest had some books that he didn't think were going to get done, but they did get done by the look of it. It's just weird that you got 3 hunts with 3 poems. Why would you do that? That's very coincident, don't you think? 3 books, 3 hunts. Forrest had 3 books that weren't. He didn't know if they were going to get finished. And yet, all of a sudden, some books turn up. And people claiming that they've done it. That's amazing, isn't it? It really is amazing. And all the wording is exactly the same as Forrest Fenn's. Can't find it in snow. Pay close attention. No, pay attention to the detail, which is, be precise, to be fair. It's the same stuff. It's like you're actually saying the same words. Joy is happiness. You're just saying the same words. It's like, come on. Nobody's that daft. You're saying exactly the same that Forrest Fenn said. You're just changing it a little, but it means exactly the same thing. It's still precise. Pay attention to detail. It's still precise. Follow the 9 clues precisely. Pay close attention to detail. Be precise. It's saying exactly the same thing. It's the same fucking hunt with the same fucking solutions. It's like, shut the fuck up, will you? Stop being stupid. Or blind, or whatever it is that you are. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Just listen to the words. Listen to what's being said. Listen, because what? Words don't mean what you think they do. These exact same words that we're using, only they're different. When I say precise, I mean pay close attention to detail. Be precise. When I say happiness is the pot, I mean joy. Come on, stop it. Talk rubbish. You just talk rubbish. It's like, I don't know what mindset you have, but it's not to filter out BS. It just isn't. It just isn't. I'd say it was in a safe in a building on the property. But isn't that a man-made object? Now it might be in a safe, in a blah blah blah, but that's not where it was hidden, not buried, hidden. Listen, listen, Mr. Gallery person. What if leaves, twigs, or something, however he worded it, blew in there? Would it then be buried? How many leaves and twigs and everything else is going to blow in there? Listen to what he says. It's in a place people would not normally go. Oh, nobody normally goes to the gallery, do they? No, of course they don't. It's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. It makes me laugh. I don't want to laugh too much because I'm not a nasty person, but what if all three were the same? All three what? 3 books. Very. F said he had more books in his computer. He said he had 3 books in his desk. I know that. But he didn't know if he would finish them. And a project. So make of that what you will. I just believe we're still in the thrill of the chase. It has a different name. The answers are already known. I'm not bothered. I'm not searching. It was already done long, long time ago. And people are just either spinning a yarn, a ball of string, or just have no ability to see the truth because they're just greedy or whatever it is that is standing in the way. I don't know what it is, but if you can't understand that warm water, salt, the blaze, the home of brown, exactly the same thing. You begin at the blaze because begin means blaze. You start and you end and find yourself arriving back where you started, etc., etc., etc. It's just, I don't know. It makes me laugh. Makes me laugh. You may as well laugh because so far Forrest has gotten the last laugh. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. I can bet you all the money in the world Forrest hasn't got the last laugh. In fact, I can tell you that at this moment Forrest is not laughing. And that I can assure you, that Forrest is not laughing in any way, shape, or form with regard to what has happened in the chase in this very present moment. But I am saying this, he is not laughing. And I don't think anything's remotely funny enough for him to want to laugh. They're not the same thing. What's not the same thing? The home of Brown, Warm Waters Holt, and the Blaze absolutely are the same thing. Same place, same thing. 100%. No question. Exactly 100% the same thing. You can't. Your quest to cease, if you've been wise and found the blaze, your quest to cease is because you start where you finish, which is the blaze. That's where you're supposed to finish. If you're supposed to arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time, then when you finished, which is the blaze, you must have started at the blaze to know it for the first time, which is the beginning and the end, the omega and the omega, the two endings. Beginning and end is the same thing. And to know it for the first time, it's where you started, but it's also where you finished. Because you were wise and found that begin means blaze, and you started at the blaze, which is at warm, when it went up and then down. You look quickly down, but tarry scant with marvel gaze and get the flock out of there. So you have so long, up, down, and then you have so long to get in and get out. Now, if you know where it is, if you know exactly where it is, it won't take you too long. But if you just have a rough idea where it is, like if you have to read the poem to find out where it is exactly, so you come in from the right angle and go to the right place and use your torch and gloves and whatever, because the hot water will affect the patina. Go in and get it and get the flock out of there, because the blaze is going to go back up. And you don't want to be there when the blaze goes back up. You really don't. You really don't. So, that's the truth. Not lying, not trying to bullshit, not trying to be clever. I don't give a fuck. But that's the truth. It's all the same place. No moving away from that first spot. And the 200 feet is because there's a fucking barrier. You can't get any closer than that. Unless you know where it is, because it's in a place where people wouldn't normally go. You would only go there if you knew there was a chest there. And the hot water would definitely affect the patina. Where's the hot water in the gallery? Where's the hot water in the flipping New Mexico car park? Where's the hot water anywhere for these people? So everything that Forrest said can be attributed to a certain soul, but only one soul will take all of those things into consideration and know why Forrest Fenn said those things. Yes, they are. 100% they are. All the same thing. Why are you worried about where Warm Waters Holt if you have the Homer Brown? Because Homer Brown is Warm Waters Holt. If you have the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the Blaze? Because the Homer Brown is the Blaze. They're all the same thing. So you don't have to worry about any of them. Because if you know one, you know them all. And if you don't have Warm Waters Holt, you have nothing. Which means Warm Waters Holt is where the chest is. Which means that's where the Blaze is. Which means that's where Homer Brown is. Which means You arrive back where you started. You found the blaze at Warm Water's Halt. What you thought was the beginning is actually the end, and you have the chest. The blaze cannot go up. Why can't it go up? It didn't have any points. Of course it can go up. Of course it can go up. Because you looked up, remember? Forrest looked up. What's the name looked up? Jack. Everybody looked up. Why can't the blaze go up? And then you have to look down. And then you have to get in and get out. I know Warm Water's Halt. I've told you, I've done a video on it. What does warm mean? What does waters mean? I've done a video. You know where it is. There's only one solve that it could possibly be. It's in a place where people would not normally go. Where would you not normally go? That you're 200 feet from. That lots of people have been 200 feet from. That lots of people have started where it is, and walked past it. But they started 200 feet from it, and they showed Forrest Fenn pictures of it, or videos of it. And they started there. They used that as the Warm Waters Halt, which is correct. It's the Warm Waters Halt, and walked away. Foolish. Only, I don't know how many he said, told him the Homer Brown. Not many, but they knew what the Homer Brown was. But even knowing the Homer Brown, walked away from Warm Waters Halt, which was the Homer Brown, which is also the blaze, or where the blaze is. So, in order to arrive back where you started, listen, stop being awkward. In order to arrive back where you started, you have to be at the blaze. You have to. There's no other way you can do it. It's impossible to do it any other way. If you actually arrive back where you started, you have to finish at the blaze, which means you have to start at the blaze. To go all the way back to where you started, and you're going to find it at the blaze, you have to have started at the blaze, which means Warm Waters Halt is the blaze. And if you arrive back where you started, Home of Brown must also be the blaze, because if you know the Home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Well, if the blaze is where you started and you know the Home of Brown, but you don't have to worry about it, it means that Home of Brown is also the blaze and also Warm Waters Halt. It's all connected. It's all one thing. It's all the same reason for being in that spot. No, that place, not that spot. In that place. But you have to get in and out. Tarry Scant with Marvel Gaze. Don't stand there looking and wondering about what you've just seen. You've only got so long. Get it? Careful of the hot water. Put some gloves on. Careful of the hot water. Get the chest. Get out of there. Tarry Scant with Marvel Gaze. Take the chest and go in peace. And then do the next part. Find the trove. The secret stuff. The stuff that you weren't supposed to know. Pancakes. I think it's time for bed. Homer Brown is where you find out what the blaze is. No. Sparky, stop it. You're just making yourself look stupid. Begin Begin is the blaze. Begin. Another word for begin is blaze. If you've been wise and found the blaze, in other words, you had to already have found the blaze. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down your quest to cease. So if begin is the blaze, the first word is blaze. Blaze, it, where, warm. What's another word for warm? What's another word for waters? That's it. That's your solve. That's it. That line, that's your solve. Done. Finished. That's it. The rest of it is just talking about that place. From there, it's no place for the meek. Look up. Look down. Get in, get out. No place for the meek. The end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up your creek. Heavy loads and water high. Look up. The water high. Look down. Quickly down. It cannot go up. There is more than one blaze, and they are different. No. Otherwise, it'd be, if you've been wise and found the blazes. I'm not forcing myself. I don't give a shit. I'm just telling you what the truth is. The truth is, it can only be one place. A place where people would not normally go. Where would you not normally go? Old Faithful. You would not go into Old Faithful. You would not go there. You'd be 200 feet away, behind a fence. The blaze is up and down. It doesn't point any direction. Can't destroy it. It's not feasible. You begin it there. You start it there. It's no place for the meek. You take it in the hole down. Those words don't mean what you think they do. Nothing is as it seems. You start and end in the same place. You don't go anywhere. Those 9 clues, it's all about the same place. Heavy loads and water high. Up it goes. Then it comes down. Be careful of the hot water. Make sure it doesn't affect the patina. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. I know the answer that was given, and I know the answers that are given, and I know what the truth is, and I know what the truth isn't. And that picture of the blaze on that post-it stamp in 1972, I think it was, that picture, in 1971, I can't remember when I took that picture, but your soul fits on there. Blazes begin. Old Faithful is warm. Look it up. I don't care if you believe it or not. It doesn't make no difference to me. The whole chase has been, I don't know, effed up by certain people and trying to make you believe some 9-mile hole bullshit, which is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. You can't arrive back where you started unless you started at the blaze. Impossible. Impossible. You can only arrive back where you started because you finished at the blaze. You must have started at the blaze. Must have done. And begin means blaze. And if you're wise and found the blaze, you know that the blaze is where you start and where you finish. And you know the place for the first time because you started there and you finished there. And you realised it was a finish. But you actually started there. And that's why people took Old Faithful as Warm Waters Halt and walked past it. Found other clues and walked away. Instead of staying there and following the poem down the canyon, down the hole. It's too far to walk. It's too far to walk down a hole. You can't walk down a hole. It's impossible. The end is ever drawing nigh means you're nearly finished. No place for the meek. Who would fucking go there? Got to be a little bit brave. The heavy loads in the water high is the flipping Old Faithful going up. And looking quickly down is Old Faithful going down. It's like, it's so obvious, it's fucking stupid. So, and like I say, I don't care. I don't care. I've got better things to do and more important things to do. Don't worry about this bullshit that you lot keep throwing out and trying to make out that your solve that has 9 different locations can be correct when little girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues because she's already there. It's one place. You can't get any closer. If you're already there, you can't get any closer. You start and end in the same place, which means once you're at the place, you're at the place. That's it. All you've got to do then is get it and get back out before terrorist scant with Marvel gaze. You can stand there watching, get in, get out before it goes up again. Like I say, I don't care. You don't have to believe it. I know what the truth is. It's warm. No, words don't mean what you think they do. Warm means old faithful. It's not important. I don't care. I'm just telling you what the truth is. Look up the word warm. The word warm, listen, Melinda, the word warm means old faithful. Guess what nailed down means? Old faithful. If you don't have it nailed down, old faithful, if you don't have old faithful, warm waters halt, if you don't have old faithful, you have nothing. Come on. Stop being awkward and blind. Oh, it's getting light. I'm going to have to go to bed. It's nailed down. It's the only solve that is nailed down because it's called Old Faithful. It's the only one that's warm waters halt because it's called Old Faithful. And you arrive back where you started because you started when the blaze went up at Old Faithful and you finished when the blaze went down at Old Faithful by looking quickly down and getting the chest and getting the F out of there because every so often it goes up. I don't know. You don't have to believe it. I don't care. I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to prove myself or trying to flipping gain anything. I've already got what I wanted. I've already got what I wanted. I don't have to worry about anything. I am more concerned about this earth of ours that was conquered thousands of years ago by these corrupt beings who want to keep us as slaves. I'm more concerned about that than $1 million chest that was hidden in Old Faithful and nobody can see it. I don't give a shit. That doesn't mean anything compared to what's really happening in the world. And that chest in Old Faithful was just a lure because the real solve is for something that was worth more than $10 million. Two similar places, not the same place. Once you are familiar with the beginning, you should know. Trusted, same place. You arrive back where you started. Stop making excuses. Stop trying to, I don't know, get in my energy or do whatever you're trying to do or try and big yourself up. I don't care. That's the truth. Those words, that nailed down is Old Faithful. Yours is not nailed down. No one else's is nailed down because it's Old Faithful. That's what nailed down means. That's what warm means. Old Faithful. There is no coincidence there. Best revenge is Old Faithful. Safe place is Old Faithful. It's all Old Faithful. When Forrest told you something, in those words were the words Old Faithful. End of. Don't care whether you believe it. I'm just telling you the truth. Don't care whether you believe it. Look up those words that Forrest Fenn told you was the answer. Because one of those words is simple. Old Faithful. It's simple. It's old faithful. Don't care whether you believe it. It's true. It's true, even if it's wrong. Even if it's wrong, it's true. And unlike everyone else, it's provable. Look at those words. Those words that I've just said, they're all old faithful. Even if it's wrong, even if it's wrong, it's true. They're all old faithful, which makes it true. True. Doesn't matter whether I'm correct or not. Everything that I've said to you, everything is old faithful. Based on words don't mean what you think they do. Because everything that I've said is old faithful. Raw, old faithful. Nailed down, old faithful. Simple, old faithful. Safe, old faithful. Do you think Forrest was trying to say something? Well, I think he was trying to say old faithful. Do you think did the hot water affect the patina was talking about old faithful? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you don't want to believe it, don't matter. Don't matter. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. What is your blaze? Are you having a laugh? Old faithful's the blaze. When it goes up, it's the blaze. It's called a blaze. The fucking thing's called a blaze. Are you having a laugh? It's called a blaze. Oh man, I don't believe you said that. Heavy loads is one blaze. Yes, the heavy loads of water that go up is one blaze. Heavy loads of water high, what could that be? Heavy loads of water going high, what could that be? Oh, it could be Old Faithful, couldn't it? Don't you tell me to listen. Best revenge is me wearing the bracelet. Yeah, best is Old Faithful. Best means Old Faithful. Old Faithful revenge is me wearing the bracelet. Maybe Hathor was there. In Old Faithful, there was only a chest there. I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. I made 2 trips. I hid the chest and then the treasure. There was a chest in Old Faithful. Didn't matter what happened to it. There was just a chest there. I hid a chest there in Old Faithful. And then I hid the treasure. I made 2 trips. The chest is not the treasure that you think. The treasure could have been the trove, the second thing that you had to find. Yeah, my blaze solve. My blaze solve. Hey, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, even if it's correct, even if it is correct, it doesn't matter. Even if it's wrong, it doesn't matter. Nobody's got anything. No one has anything, except everything that I've told you is true, and you can't disprove it. All those words that I've just mentioned, they're all true, and they're all provable. And they all make sense with everything that Forrest Fenn said. And nothing that anybody else says makes sense apart from to themselves. Because it's in a place you would not normally go. Anywhere else people go. They all go to those places that you're talking about, they go. And they are man-made structures, which Forrest said, nope, not associated with a man-made structure. Well, I can tell you now, Old Faithful is not man-made. No way. And that blaze, it did change because the water isn't as powerful as it has been because of the runoffs and the weather and whatever it is that's happening at the moment in this world of ours. And like I say, I don't care whether it's correct or not. It makes no difference. Who's going to come out? Who's going to come out and say it? Who's going to come out and say it? Well, I know that somebody's going to come out and prove everything. And you're all going to look very, 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 very silly. I don't have to prove anything, but it will be proven. I can assure you of that. It will be proven. Not only that, everything that I've talked about with regard to the world, with regard to the chase, with regard to mom and dad, all of it will be proven. All of it. And I don't have to do anything. And I will get paid for just being me. For just being me, I will make money for just being me. So I don't care. 5 years ago, this was done. 5 years ago, it was done. And I would say, maybe even within the week, maybe. It shouldn't take that long for spiritual court, all these things these people have done that's bad. They lost in court, in spiritual court. In the 3D world, it will catch up. Excuse me, confirmation. It will catch up in the 3D world, and they will all be going to jail, suffering whatever they're going to suffer, losing money, losing houses, losing cars, losing people, losing love, losing whatever. Whatever judgment is supposed to be for all these people that have done all these bad things to me and others, they lost. I'm just telling you the truth. I don't care whether you believe me or not. Because I know the proof and the glory. I won't get no glory. I might get, lots of money, but I won't get any glory. The glory's not mine. I didn't do it for glory. I did it for the truth. I did it initially, I went to Wyoming initially for a chest of fucking gold and diamonds and everything else. But it wasn't about that. And then we were told that this chest went to auction that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, and all it had was gold, which meant the treasure, where's the treasure? Where's the diamonds and the jewelry and all the other stuff? So, like, even the olive jar wasn't even in the chest. And yet somehow JCB managed to buy it. But it wasn't in the book The Thrill of the Chase, the olive jar wasn't. So how did you manage to buy it at the auction when it wasn't even in the flipping chest? That was in the book The Thrill of the Chase that Jack asked, is this the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase? Yes. Well, the chest that's in the book The Thrill of the Chase only had some gold and a couple of figures in it. That's it. So that gold and those things were sold. The chest was disappeared somewhere, which wasn't sold. And all of a sudden, somebody has a Forrest Fenn olive jar from the Thrill of the Chase and does a hunt, and somebody has a chest that was in the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase and does a hunt. Doesn't that strike you as a little bit, Well, God knows. He knows the answers. He knows all the answers. In fact, they're the answers he already knows because he wrote the poem by a higher hand. The poem was written by him, and he had a chosen person in mind with this job interview that they were going to do something to help in his creation that was stalled by these evil people, the elites, covens, cults, whatever, religions, all this bullshit that we've been told. He knew all about it, and he wanted somebody that he could trust. I don't know who that is. He wanted somebody he could trust that would, I don't know, maybe go through the ringer, get fucked over, and do all the right things in order that these people, I don't know, will be brought to justice. And well, I can happily say those things are happening as we speak. So it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. It doesn't matter whether my soul's correct or not. What does matter, what really does matter, is that these elites, these covens, these cults, these witches, these warlocks, all these bad ones, not everyone's bad. Just because they have that title doesn't make them bad. Please be aware. These celebrities, these media people, these government officials, judges, etc. Let's go, teachers, coaches, list goes on. About all these people doing bad things they thought they were getting away with. Guess what? They're not. They're not getting away with none of it. It's all been recorded because of people listening. 144,000 people listening to spirits, ancestors, God, loved ones, I don't know, dead people involved in all of this. Not just that, the fairies, the animal spirits, however, whatever. They all have a voice and they're all being heard. And everything that people thought that they did in the dark, that was secret, nope. No. So this is bigger than a chest that absolutely was that Old Faithful. And it's bigger than the Trove, which is very big, very big. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of money big. It's bigger than both of them. And it's more important. And we will see, even if it's not me, even if it's not me, we will see within this year all the truth. And we will see a different way of life starting to evolve. We will see different curriculums in schools. We will see different government officials and the way governments run. We will see a whole load of different things. We may even see, not God, I don't know, maybe, but aliens. We may even have them helping us. See, the problem is the gravity on Earth is too heavy for ascended beings. Needed more light. So more light is being brought into the world. And maybe when that changes, the alien beings may be able to come here. Although, if you remember watching War of the Worlds, they died from, common cold or something. So it may be the reason they don't, land here is because maybe our germs aren't too good for them. I don't know. I haven't met one yet, but I intend on meeting one. I have asked that, I have a personal meeting with God. If Enoch can do it, and those people can do it, then surely, I can. And whether it's just hearing myself speak as a conversation, you know, that'll do, as long as it's two different people talking to me. But I have a good feeling for humanity, for the animals and the marine creatures, birds, earth. I think the problem in Africa with that big split will stop, will be okay. But there is going to be, or supposedly supposed to be, a story about it being a natural occurrence. It's not natural. They've either dug too deep or they've been exploding too many underground bombs. And Earth is suffering because of it. Because these idiots keep testing munitions, I suppose you call them, weapons, whatever. They keep testing them underground, in the oceans, whatever. causing tidal waves and all sorts of crap, seeding the skies, trying to stop, coming into our skies and affecting the weather with all this bullshit that they put out there, just so that they can land grab, causing devastation to people, kicking them out of their houses, buying the land cheap, and then digging up the minerals, stuff like that. It's all going to stop. Not looking after people because they want them out of their houses so they can buy their land cheap. Put them in a position where they have to say yes because, they've got nothing. Leave them with nothing and then offer them nothing and then dig up the land and use it to make batteries. Crazy. Because now they're getting used to the fact that oil might not be, the dollar stuff. They're going to go to electric, or going to try and go to electric, or that was the plan for these sad Democrats. So maybe things will go in the right direction. Well, not maybe, they will go in the right direction. There's no maybe about it. But there's going to be people upset, as I've already said, because people that they love and respect are going to be found out for being the sad people they are. The religions are going to be dwindled down, got rid of, whatever, because they're all lies. They're all made up. They're not real. God is real. Jesus is real, or Lucifer, or whatever, however you want to look at it. Events are real, but the scriptures have been doctored. Religion isn't real, but God is. And God's making sure that we all know that. And the evil that has been done in these churches will be known. Those people will be brought to justice. The truth will be outed about the origins, our origins. None of this Darwin's theory bullshit, or, Adam and Eve having kids from two boys. Rubbish. The truth behind all of that will be revealed. And it amazes me that people don't even see it. Like, look, he's saying that it started with Adam and Eve and they had two sons. What? Well, how did that work? How does that work? Like, seriously, that's like you people saying you've got a soul for the bloody Forrest Fenn chase. Like, no, 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 that's impossible. No, stop it. You don't have two sons and create a lineage, whatever. You don't. It doesn't happen. Which means somebody's lying somewhere. And then to top it off, he kicks him out of the Garden of Eden and they bump into some other people. What? No. You just said these were the first two people on Earth. You kick them out and they bump into some other people. Why? When did you make them? So, slightly altered. Can't believe that people haven't seen it already. And there are other things that no, that can't have happened. That's bull. No way that happened. Or, Darwin. That's bullshit as well. One man suddenly evolved from an ape or a chimpanzee, but at the same time that man suddenly evolved out of nothing, a woman evolved out of nothing as well, at exactly the same time, in exactly the same place, and then they had a kid. 2 kids. Well, how did they populate? They must have had sex with each other. Two people. At the same time. evolved from being a monkey or a chimpanzee or whatever into a human being at the exact same time. And one was a man and one was a woman, just luckily. And then they had kids. People just putting out bullshit to feed the masses with. Just feed you the bullshit. So when you're born till 7, you're able to live a true, healthy, spiritual life. And yet that's all taught out of you. Taught out of you. The amazing human being that you could be is taught out of you when you're a child. So you can walk around as a slave to the system, to the matrix, to work for the few rich people in the world that run everything. If you think for 1 minute, just 1 minute, if you think for 1 minute that the governments run their countries, think again. Governments do not run a country. They don't. Those few people and the mob, they run the country. And they decide that they're going to blackmail people in order that they do those things that they want them to do. Those are the people that run the countries. Helped, of course, by being part of the bloodline that continues to rule over us. Which is why you'll find that some people in power are related. Which is why they went so heavy against Donald Trump. Because he, unlike these other people, is not going to be bought. And he doesn't need their money. He doesn't need their praise. He just wants his country to be great. Maybe even the world, which is something I want. You see, I live in Great Britain, and I don't think it's so great anymore. But when I think that maybe Jerusalem could be in Great Britain, when I think that maybe Joshua of Arimathea may have come to Great Britain, when I think of all of those things about the 12 tribes of Israel, when I think about, I don't know, some things that are supposed to happen the way that they're supposed to happen, when I think about those things, I think we'll be all right. I really do. So, listen to the English national anthem, Jerusalem. Tell me what you think. So now that I've got to the point where I'm supposed to wake up, I'm going to go. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. What's going on here? We're having a little chat about something. Well, often any solution is trying to do others. And in my opinion, the poem tells you where you begin. I never offered any form of confirmation, so it's all my opinion, and I may just leave it like that forever and ever and ever. The poem has to be proven. Is your proof again? It does tell you, Davy B. Most everyone ain't even close, in my opinion. Yeah, my opinion too. Close. He did say someone was close, and guess what close means? Someone is close. Guess what that is? I don't know. Someone is faithful. Oh, Oh dear, just look it up. Nailed down. Old faithful. Job done. Finished. All information will be tokenized, and that will be the new money. So yes, Mario will be bought, sold, and traded as well as everyone else. Um, no, no. You see, I'm going to get my inheritance. Therefore, my money will be my money. And if I wish to buy somebody with my inheritance, then I'll be the one buying and selling. But I don't want to look at it like that because I know I'm no better than anyone else. Now, giving someone a job and paying them what they're worth and letting them live in a world where they don't have to take 2 or 3 jobs to try and survive is totally different than treating someone like a slave. That's what charity means. You're supposed to do a job that you want to do because you want to do it. Because it's beneficial to you for yourself, worth, and beneficial to whatever it is that you're doing. So, if, listen, if the wealth transfer, when the wealth, when the wealth transfer takes place, the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. So, at this moment in time, I may be one of the last, so therefore I'll be one of the first. And those at the top that were running our world, that conquered us thousands of years ago, that did the dirty on us, maybe even Set, that did the dirty on us, I don't know, they ain't looking too good. They ain't looking too good. So when the wealth transfer begins, those people that gained it through nefarious means, they're going to lose it. And it's going to go to those people that should have had it. Because these people, these beings, were just living off other people's energy. They don't have anything themselves to give to the world. They just use other people. A bit like vampires. They feed off them. And that's what makes them strong, beautiful, rich, famous, because they're feeding off someone else's energy, off the person who actually should have been those things. It's called destiny swapping, which is now stopped. No longer able to feed, no longer able to be rich, famous, powerful, beautiful, because they don't have that energy within them, because they have not got the light within them, which is the spark of the most powerful, because we are sons and daughters of the Most High God. Therefore, we are able to do what the Most High God can do. It's just the truth. Now, it doesn't matter whether we do it, or whether God does it. The fact that you ask God and He says yes, it's done. It's done. That's it. It's done. So, does that make us powerful because we can ask God and God does it and it's done? Does that make us powerful? Or does it still make God powerful? Because God is the one that's doing it. We're just the ones that are asking. But in that, having that connection, anybody that comes against me or anyone else that has that connection is protected by that connection. So either that person is actually doing it, returning to sender, stopping all this crap that they're trying to do, or God is returning to sender, stopping all the crap they're trying to do. Whatever crap they're getting is their own crap. But I can assure you there is a power that if they wish to try, they keep trying, there is a power that will just take them out. Just take them out. To be spiritual is to know thyself. And to be spiritual is to be balanced within the self. And within the self, there is a light and there is a dark. And if you have a powerful light to be balanced, you have to have a powerful dark. What people don't realize is being an angel, being a good person doesn't mean always acting in the light. And being of the light doesn't mean you were born in the light. It doesn't mean that you are of the light. It just means you choose. You choose to be with God. So there is a darkness in me that is probably darker than anybody wishes to find out. Anyone does not want to find the darkness in me. I don't even want to find the darkness in me because I've seen the darkness in me, which is what comes from the dark night of the soul. To understand the darkness, understand what it's capable of, and know whether you want to be in that or you want to be in something else. So I choose to be, no, I choose to walk the grey line between the dark and the light, but saying to myself, light is right. To behave in a way that is true to yourself, be authentic, be honest, be truthful, to behave in that way for your highest good for yourself and the highest good of other beings is probably the best way to be. And I choose that. That's what I want. And I want that for everyone. I want everyone to be in that mindset that even though there's darkness in them, they want to live a lifestyle where everyone gets along and they all live happily ever after, which is possible if everybody chooses to walk at least the grey line or above. If you want to live in the dark, that's up to you. But living in the dark comes at a cost, because that's when you get karma. When you do bad things, you accrue karma till such point where you have to pay. In this matrix world, karma's high because people are seduced by the devil. Believe you me, there are darker souls than the devil. The devil would be scared to come up against some demons. So you can choose whatever life you want. Excuse me, whatever life you want. You can be in the dark if you want. You can be in the light if you want. It's difficult to be a saint. There's no way I'm going to be a saint. I know that. God doesn't care that I'm a sinner. He never has. All the people in history that we know of, if we have to believe it, they weren't saints, all of them. Was David a murderer or someone? Well, he did. He killed Goliath. So you don't have to be saints to be loved by God because you're a child of God. And you can live any life that you want. There's no such thing that there is something as hell, but it's not for humans. Hell is not for humans. It's for the fallen angels and all them Nephilims and whatever. So you're not going to go to hell. And how can there be sin? If you're supposed to learn everything, how can there be sin? It's impossible. The soul is here to experience what it's like to be on earth. So therefore, even the dark stuff they have to know. It can't be a sin if you're supposed to learn it. Can't be. It's like saying, oh, it's a sin to learn maths. It's a sin to learn history. It's a sin to learn music. What's it there for then? If you're not allowed to learn, just don't put it on the menu or whatever curriculum. We're here to learn. That's it. That's it. Not learn and experience. We're here to learn and experience what it's like to be a soul in a human vessel. That's it. And then we live our lifetime and then we pass away as a human and up to heaven we go, wherever it is, wherever consciousness is, wherever the soul goes or the energy goes or whatever it is. We go there and we choose, do we want to come back here or do we want to go to a different planet? Do we want to be in a different being and learn what it's like? This is the hardest planet to survive on, to live on, to experience. Especially since, it was conquered by these beings. But now that's going to change. Maybe we'll have more souls come here. I don't know. So I'm definitely going now anyway. Everyone and done that. All information will done that. Wow, you're still at it. Yeah, I'm going. Mary, have you had any pancakes yet? You could be low on blood sugar. Oh dear. I don't know. Just, I try and warn people about, it's not me. I don't take offence. I don't care. But mum and dad do. So be careful what you say. Because, like any parent, they don't like people effing around with their child. So no pancakes. But you knew that because I've been here 5 hours. 5:05. 05. So it's 5:05:05. That must mean something, mustn't it? That must mean something. And it's 83. So thank you for being here. I think I'm going to get like a couple of hours sleep because it's 4:4. Oh, and that must mean something as well. 4:42. Ooh. And it's 04072259. 10. 10. Ooh. 10 is the end. And it is actually the end. I'm finished. Well, I'm making pancakes. Can I have a couple, please? Thank you. Some honey and some maple syrup. Either. Top it all up. Yeah, but your pancakes are different than mine. Like our pancakes are like proper fluffy eggs. Yours look weird. Yours are like, I don't know if you'll know what I'm talking about, so it's not worth it. Pikelets, but they're like, I don't know, they look like bread. Ours don't look like bread. If that's what I'm thinking of anyway. Your pancake. Yeah, those things. Mmm. Ours don't look like that. Ours look like an omelette. Our pancakes. There's something wrong there. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, eh? Maybe I'm doing something wrong with my pancakes. But ciao, ciao. Uh, ooh, you just remind me about blood. I have to take my tablet for my blood. Should have took it a while ago. Oh, 444. There you go. That's another good angel number. So thanks for watching. Ciao for now. Take care, everyone. Be safe.